的号角已响彻山河，迈向伟大复兴的步伐不可阻挡。强国建设有我，健康中国有我。“十四五”的新征程，路在每一个奋斗者的脚下延伸。同心向党，服务为荣，携手同行，征途漫漫，唯有奋斗。
作为国家消毒灭菌设备研制中心，感染控制产品事业部在多元化领域奋斗不止，创新不息。旗下9大系统解决方案，22大系列产品成为广大医疗机构的日常所需。智慧化内镜中心系统解决方案，凭借 CSSD 智慧化消毒供应中心的技术积淀与深厚经验，也已延伸应用。感染控制产品事业部用中国制造驱动全球医疗事业提速发展。从生产出中国第一台脉动真空灭菌器，到研发出全球第一台过氧乙酸灭菌器，感染控制产品事业部以强大的科技实力，整合多学科的研发努力，缔造无数第一。主持制定了70余项行业标准，诞生出近1000项发明专利。获得 CNAS 国家实验室资格认证的各大专项实验室，承担行业使命的3大培训基地，以及同国际接轨的高精尖人才团队，集聚在这里，用无限探索致力感控领域的关键技术升级。立足中国，面向全球，我们一直在努力。
Accelerate 智能流式细胞分析仪物联实验室解决方案。现阶段流式实验室遭遇各种痛点 ，Accelerate 智能高端做你所想，高效、准确、标准化特点，实现互联实验室解决方案。超高灵敏度及杰出的分辨率，更适合弱阳性低表达群体的检出。极低的交叉污染率，保证数据结果准确稳定。一管 Universal CST 小球，轻松实现 QC， 保证结果准确性。21 CFR Part 2 审计追踪功能，数据可追溯，便于实验室管理。高速上样，高速分析，节省检测分析时间。高分辨率和改良的射门工具，使分群更为容易，能够迅速获得一致的分析结果。引导式的软件流程使实验室日常工作自动化、简单化。采用预定启动程序，系统能在您到现场之前提前开启，到达后可以立即开始试验分析，极大地提高了每日工作效率。下班时，关机程序可并入当日最后一个工作清单，系统自动关机，最大程度提高设备生产力。BD Accelerate 自动更新每日电压，并根据电压变化补偿溢出值，只需每2个月更新一次，减少冗余实验步骤。选配万能自动静氧器，支持21种不同的上氧方式。Accelerate 可以保证相同的样本，在不同时间、不同的仪器上能够得出一致的检测结果。用户完全可以将同一实验在全球任何一个实验室的不同仪器上 做重复性验证。随着政府分级诊疗及医联体的政策的推行，建立流式中心实验室的商业模式成为大势所趋。Acceleric 将为临床实验室及检验科提供更具标准化及自动化的流式解决方案。Acceleric 智能高端，做你所想，实现实验室标准化互联，带你感受变革的力量。富士 Eluxio-Light 6000。Eluxio-Light 采用3个独立可控的 LED 光源，实现白光、LCI、BLI 等多种观察模式。Eluxio-Light 可实现 LCI 联动成像观察模式。LCI 采用短波长光和白光获取病变信息，在光学强调的基础上，通过信号处理扩大病变与非病变区域的细微颜色差异，让筛查更简单。同时，还可实现 BLI 蓝光成像观察模式。BLI 采用410纳米短波长光，用于近距离观察黏膜表层微血管及微结构，帮助医生进行诊断。智慧内镜，未来可期。Eluxio-Light 6000。
安徽中纪国医医疗科技有限公司创立于2016年，总部位于科教新城安徽合肥。本着服务中国医院高质量发展的宗旨，丁真湖董事长带领创始团队于2013年开始与中国科学技术大学附属第一医院合作研究应用耗材 SPD 管理模式， 一经推出，即在全国引起强烈反响。公司自成立之初，获得暨南大学附属第一医院 SPD 项目以来，陆续在浙江大学医学院附属第一医院、安徽医科大学第一附属医院、中山大学附属第一医院等全国200余家医院落地，推动 SPD 在全国兴起。公司累计获得合肥市国资委广发杰富创投、新米资本、科大讯飞、前海基金、安徽省投铁路基金等多家知名投资方资本注入，被评为合肥市高新区潜在独角兽企业，已引入券商、会计事务所、律师事务所推动上市。以科技创新为导向，公司从最初的软件研发，逐步发展具备如今集 SPD 软件、硬件、运营服务于一体的综合全站解决能力。自主研发用于医用物资管理的智能耗材柜、智能药品柜、智能物流机器人、新一代 RFID 芯片等系列产品，致力于打造全面智能化、全程自动化、无人值守、机器服务的医用物资管理新模式。疫情3年，公司业务每年倍速增长，服务从最初的医院耗材管理，拓展到药品、科研物资、后勤物资等医院全物资管理，从单体医院医用物资向医共体医院集团物资集约化管理，再到市域医用物资智慧管理服务中心升级。2022年，公司与中国科学技术大学开启战略合作，推动 SPD 行业向更高等级智慧化升级，携手菜鸟共同布局行业一体化、数字化供应链服务网络，打造高效、创新、成本优化的医疗行业物流新基建。公司将持续以创新发展为根本动力，为促进公立医院高质量发展、医保资金节约、3医联动改革等贡献国医力量。不改初心，砥砺向前。未来，国医科技将以行业领导者的姿态，持续引领医用物资管理行业的智能改革与创新升级。
光与生命密不可分，从光合作用带来勃勃生机，到日夜留名，为万物复兴，是出生后的第一次睁眼，看见绚烂的世界，也是光影动静镌刻下时间的痕迹。我们对光的感知始终与生命同行，将科技的力量照进生命的深处。所有故事都是从与光结缘的那一刻开始。1945年，卡尔史托斯先生创办了一家公司，涵盖了双目放大镜、头灯在内的医疗器械产品。也是从此， 卡尔史托斯立足光学、机械学、电子学和软件技术的发展，赋予光在医疗领域更多的可能性。卡尔史托斯首创通过导光术将外部光源导入内镜的冷光照明技术，内窥镜原理的基石从此奠定。研发推广 Hopkins 柱状透镜技术，现代腔镜设备发展的篇章就此展开。从头灯开始，到覆盖从手至足各外科领域的内窥镜及微创手术设备。卡尔史托斯用一次次的技术创新与进步，将光无限放大，让产品更精细、更灵巧，让光无限明亮，令生命的每一处细微都清晰可见，令光得心应手，使手术过程变得更便捷、更高效、更安全。光不仅让卡尔史托斯成为全球内窥镜领域的领导者与微创外科手术的奠基者，也推动着人类医学和动物医学在专科设备和外科手术技术领域的持续进步，让无数患者通过微创诊疗的方式重新拥抱健康。聚光成网，让每一束光承载数字化的力量，洞见智慧，让一体化打造外科手术新未来。光行万里，与时俱进。卡尔史托斯致力于通过创新平台赋能学术交流，线上线下学习培训，皆为医生所需而凝聚智慧。每一次微创手术的成功，每一份痊愈的真挚笑容，背后都有卡尔史托斯带来的健康之光在闪耀。光照亮前进的路，卡尔史托斯也将现代医学之光与中国共享。从1981年第一台卡尔史托斯设备进入中国，1996年中国第一家子公司在香港成立，2006年卡尔史托斯内窥镜上海有限公司成立，2020年基于培训、研发、物流、办公于一体的卡尔史托斯全新中国区总部落成。如今卡尔史托斯的业务网络早已遍布中国，但服务中国的脚步不曾停歇，让光在中国大地绽放更加璀璨的光芒。光沐万物，育新生，照亮生命的转折。卡尔史托斯践行创新，为微创外科无限赋能，让生命更有尊严。
什么是奋斗？那一抹红是奋斗的底色，镰刀锤头是奋斗的力量。1921至2021，奋斗二字凝铸成中国共产党100年历史的精神之源。他们义无反顾，点燃希望火种，冲破思想桎梏，抵挡历史机会。他们认定方向，哪怕道阻且长，千万人阻挡，也一次次吹响号角，迎潮搏浪。他们一代又一代接力冲锋，在每一个饱经考验的战场，不断从胜利走向胜利。一代人有一代人的担当，在中国大地上，我们锐意进取，拼搏向前，传承老一辈医药人的使命，在医疗健康事业中继续奋斗。迈进这扇门，我们拥有了一个共同的名字——上药控股人。砥砺前行中，我们还有一个共同的身份——奋斗者。我们勇于创新，奋力出击；我们通力合作，奋战同行；我们开放包容，奋楫笃行；我们责任在肩，奋发有为；我们满怀激情，奋勇获新。历史总是眷顾奋斗者，无惧无畏，攻坚克难。上药控股跨越1000亿大关，向着更高的目标起航，以服务为荣，在平凡工作中发光发亮。河海不择细流，你的奋斗终将伟大。新时代的号角已响彻山河，迈向伟大复兴的步伐不可阻挡。强国建设有我，健康中国有我。“14·5”的新征程，路在每一个奋斗者的脚下延伸。同心向党，服务为荣，携手同行，征途漫漫，唯有奋斗。
作为国家消毒灭菌设备研制中心，感染控制产品事业部在多元化领域奋斗不止，创新不息。旗下9大系统解决方案，22大系列产品成为广大医疗机构的日常所需。智慧化内镜中心系统解决方案，凭借 CSSD 智慧化消毒供应中心的技术积淀与深厚经验，也已延伸应用。感染控制产品事业部用中国制造驱动全球医疗事业提速发展。从生产出中国第一台脉动真空灭菌器，到研发出全球第一台过氧乙酸灭菌器，感染控制产品事业部以强大的科技实力，整合多学科的研发努力，缔造无数第一。 主持制定了70余项行业标准，诞生出近1000项发明专利。获得 CNAS 国家实验室资格认证的各大专项实验室，承担行业使命的3大培训基地，以及同国际接轨的高精尖人才团队，集聚在这里，用无限探索致力感控领域的关键技术升级。立足中国，面向全球，我们一直在努力。
Accelerate 智能流式细胞分析仪互联实验室解决方案。现阶段流式实验室遭遇各种痛点 ，Accelerate 智能高端做你所想，高效、准确、标准化特点，实现互联实验室解决方案。超高灵敏度及杰出的分辨率，更适合弱阳性低表达群体的检出。极低的交叉污染率，保证数据结果准确。一管 Universal CST 小轻实现 QC 保洁准确。21 CFR Part 2 审计追踪功能，数据可追溯，便于实验室管理。样高速分析、检测分析间，变率和概率热门工具，使分群更为容易，能够迅速获得一致的分析结果。引导式的软件流自动化、简单化，采用预定启动程序，系统能在前提前开启，到达后可以立即开始试验分析，大大提高了每日工作效率。下班时关机程序可并入当最后一个工作清单，系统自动关机，最大程度提高设备生产力。BD Accelerate 自动更新每日电压，并根据电压变化补偿溢出值，只需每2个月更新一次，减少冗余实验步骤。选配万能自动净氧器，支持21种不同的上氧方式。
Recording in progress.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于1分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 1 minute. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于1分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 1 minute. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
进行大会第一项，请
We
全
will start the meeting. Please stand up and we will play the anthem.
And sing the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
礼毕，请落座。
Please
Please.
take your seat.
大湖名城，江淮首郡，创新之都，先锋之势，时代向前。2023第8届国际临床工程师全球学术大会在安徽合肥盛大启幕。汇聚全球智慧，携手世界医工。2015年10月21日，为搭建医学与工程的全球学术平台，分享世界各国临床工程师们的优秀成果与管理智慧。中国医疗设备杂志社独家承办了首届国际临床工程与会。来自全球5大洲20多个国家的60多位临床工程领军人物在会上共同倡议，由世界卫生组织 WHO 向国际劳工组织 ILO 提交全球临床工程师职业发展报告，将全球临床工程专业的名称统确定为 Clinical Engineering 临床工程，职业名称统一确定为 Clinical Engineering 临床工程师。为庆祝临床工程专业这一全球重大事件，与会代表一致同意将首届全球大会的召开时间10月21日设定为国际临床工程日。从此，全世界的医工们有了自己的节日。2016年10月21日9点，在北京，由中国医疗设备杂志社联合 ISNDE、CED 国际医学与生物工程联合会临床工程部共同举办首届国际全球学术大会，旨在弘扬全球临床工程师对人类健康所作贡献，搭建世界医工互相交流分享的舞台。6个小时后，欧洲各国的医工开始庆祝；12个小时后，南北美洲的医工开始庆祝。庆祝活动24小时绕世界1周，从此每年的10月21日，寰宇医工普天同庆。不忘初心，铸就辉煌， 奋斗100年路，开启新征程。今年是全面贯彻党的20大精神的开局之年，是实施“十四五”规划承前启后的关键之年。站在新的发展高度是起点，中国与全球医工继往开来，奋勇向前。回顾过往，我们不会忘记国家药监局、卫健委、各行业学会、协会以及全国的医工同道们对我们的关心与厚爱，特别是全国18804名中国医疗设备行业数据研究员20多年来不懈的支持与陪伴。我们不会忘记世界卫生组织、国际医学与生物工程联合会临床工程部 IFMBE、CED、美国临床工程学会 ACCE、国际临床工程联盟 GCEA 等国际权威机构对我们的帮助与支持。我们更不会忘记中国的临床工程师们与世界医工相聚一堂，共同携手为人类的健康事业不懈努力，创造辉煌。让我们拓展全球视野，把脉前沿科技，以创新驱动发展，用智能引领未来。2023第8届国际临床工程日全球学术大会，智慧、创新、变革，共建未来，让更健康的中国与世界一起努力，共同为全球临床工程事业的发展贡献更大的智慧和力量，必将屹立在世界舞台的中央。
Hi, my name is Yadin David, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Global Clinical Engineering Journal and interim president of the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance. I'm sending you the greeting on this Global Clinical Engineering Day celebration all the way from Texas in the USA. But this is only one spot around the globe that is celebrating today recognition of the contribution clinical engineers have made around the world. As a matter of fact, this celebration of the contributions of clinical engineering around the world has grew so that we needed to provide more time to watch all the list of achievement we made for improving patient care everywhere. From Global Clinical Engineering Day, we now have Global Clinical Engineering Week, thanks to all of you and everybody else around the world. Given that fact that the Global Clinical Engineering Day started in your area in China 2015, make the whole greeting today so much meaningful, because when you start the celebration, it's like the Olympic torch. You hand it over and it starts running around the world, grabbing everybody and joining together for the party. So, as we always say, together we're the same goes for this big party. It is with great that I'm sending you this tremendous congratulation. Everything that the clinical engineer professionals are doing in the world, and happy Global Clinical Engineering Day or Week. Thank you.
Hey, Tom Judd here. Great to be with you as you again launch Global CE Day and Global CE Week. Of course, we know this is the 9th Global CE celebration, and so thankful for how China has been faithful to launching it and being a part of it and leading it, and just the work that you've done over these past 10 or so years. Of course, we always have these priority setting times, the Global Summit beginning in Hangzhou there in 2015, and out of that grew the Global Clinical Engineering Journal, which is so fantastic. Since their 2018, China supported it so deeply and widely with articles and so many different kinds of support. So thankful for the putting your work out there in front of the world to see what clinical engineering in China is all about. And we on the editorial board of the Global Clinical Engineering Journal are deeply appreciative of that. You know, leaders, Li Bin, Jin Kun, Xiaomin Lu, and others contributed. And did I mention Jin Dong and Amy Ming? Yes. And now, of course, coming up with the Global CE Summit as well to celebrating Global CE Week, celebrating Global CE Journal, celebrating the fifth Global Congress coming up here. And you've contributed so well to that. I'm sorry that more of you can't come, but we're looking forward to celebrate, you know, what we're doing around the world and your part in it. And thank you again so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaliro Stavriano, and I'm the manager of Global Clinical Engineering Alliance and Global Clinical Engineering Journal. On this Global Clinical Engineering Day, we celebrate the essential role that clinical engineers play in our healthcare system. Thank you, clinical engineers, for your dedication to ensuring the safety and efficacy of medical equipment, and for your contributions to the advancement of healthcare technology. To all the clinical engineers who have gone above and beyond during the COVID-19 pandemic, a special thank you. Your work has been essential to keeping our healthcare system running and our patients safe. We are grateful for your dedication and resilience. To all the clinical engineers around the world, happy Global Clinical Engineering Day. We celebrate your contributions on this day and every day. May you continue to make a positive impact on the lives of patients and their families.
Greetings to all our esteemed participants and guests at the Global Clinical Engineering Day celebration here in China. As we gather today to celebrate the achievements and advancements in clinical engineering, we reflect on the incredible journey that has brought us to this moment. In China, clinical engineering has not only grown, but thrived. Our dedicated clinical engineers have embraced cutting-edge technologies, facilitated collaborations, and ensured the seamless integration of medical devices into patient care. Our commitment to advancing healthcare technology management is a testament to the invaluable role clinical engineers play in safeguarding the health and well-being of our patients. Yet we are not just celebrating the past, we are preparing for the future. In a rapidly evolving healthcare landscape, we find ourselves at the intersection of technological innovation and patient care. It's a position that brings both excitement and responsibility. Today, I express my deepest gratitude to clinical engineers of China and the world over. Your tireless efforts, your innovative spirit, and your unwavering dedication to patient care are the driving forces behind our progress. Together, let's continue to explore new horizons, push boundaries, and navigate the future of healthcare hand in hand. Thank you for being the true champions of healthcare technology management in China. Happy Global Clinical Engineering Day.
Now I will hand over to the chairperson of today's meeting, who is the director of the medical device department of the Anhui Provincial Hospital, to moderate this session, Mr. Chen Yujun, please. Distinguished leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Right now it is the gold autumn day. The maple leaves turned yellow, sweet-scented osmosis blossomed. I want to thank all of you for accepting our invitation to attend 2023 as International Clinical Engineering Day, the international session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend a warm welcome and a sincere gratitude to all of you who attended our meeting. Time flies. Since 2015, the International Clinical Engineering Day has enjoyed a history of 8 years. Over the past 8 years, the International Clinical Engineering Day sprint in Hangzhou, Beijing, Nanjing, Chengdu, Guangzhou, and Nantong. We have been highly recognized by the industry insiders, and also with all those long history and kind participation, the meeting's reputation is further polished, and it has become a gala gathering of the clinical engineering. For this meeting, it is the first time to be conducted in Anhui, Hehui. It is also high recognition of the health industry's development of Anhui province. And today, the meeting is co-organized by China Medical Equipment Journal and the First Affiliate Hospital to China Science University, the Quality Control Center of the Anhui Provincial Medical Equipment, as well as the Academy Anhui Medical Engineering Innovation. And also today's meeting will be live streaming through the Hao Yigong app. And feel free to join us online and offline. At the same time, we are extremely happy to be joined by the top performers and masters of the advanced organizations of the clinical engineering. I'd like to introduce you the distinguished guests. They are the chairperson of GCEA, Mr. Edin David, senior consultant of GCEA, Mr. Manish Kali. The director of the BRIC countries cardiovascular innovation center, Aduli Delicotti. The former division chief of the medical device supervision of the MPA, deputy chairperson of China Supervision Management Institute, Mr. Wang Baoting. Deputy chief of the medical device supervision division of the former China FDA, Mr. Wang Shucai. The party standing committee member of the China Science Technology University, Mr. Fu Xiao. The member of the party of China Health Commission and deputy director, Mr. Yang Xubing. Party member of the Economy Information Division of Anhui Province, Mr. Wang Deming. Deputy President of Tsinghua University Medical School, Mr. Liao Hong'en. The Director Member of the Medical Engineering Subcommittee of Chinese Medical Association, Mr. Qian Yin. The Chief Member of the Clinical Engineering Special Committee of China Research Hospital Association, Mr. Zhang Xu. And also Party Secretary of the First Affiliate Hospital to China Science Technology University, Mr. Liu Lianxin. The Chief Editor of the Journal of China's Medical Equipment, Mr. Jin Dong. We are also joined by the experts, colleagues of medical engineering. For the interest of the time, I will not introduce them one by one. Let's use a warm round of applause to welcome all of you and also to express our sincere gratitude. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the Party Secretary General of the Anhui Provincial Hospital, Mr. Liu Lianxin, to give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome. Distinguished leaders, Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. It is my great pleasure to get together with all of you at the 8th International Clean Engineering Day and an international session. On behalf of the co-organizer, the first affiliate hospital to China Science Technology University, to extend a sincere gratitude to all of you for attending this meeting. I also want to extend a warm welcome to all of you and also to those who have supported our work over the years. I also want to say thank you to all of you. Over the past years, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Anhui Province, as well as the Health Commissions of Anhui Province and our university, we have implemented multiple strategies to further enhance the coordinated innovation of the medical engineering as well as the technologies. As the integral part of the hospital development, clean engineering is a prerequisite for the safeguarding of the improvement of the clinical and patient experience. Over the past years, we attached great importance to the development of the discipline of the medical engineering. We have placed it at a very important part of our work. With that, we actually have shouldered our responsibilities. On one hand, we need to safeguard the non-profitability of the hospital. We need to prioritize the interests of patients. And we have further strengthened our mechanisms of engineering development. With all these combined, we can build a very reasonable clinical engineering team. We established the whole life cycle quality management system to safeguard the quality of our clinical engineering work as the affiliated center to quality management of medical engineers in the front lines of the applications of the advanced clinical engineering technologies. We fulfilled our role as the leaders. We have been a very good consultant to the government. On the other hand, as a member entity and a part of the place of the clinical engineering, the health, we all have fulfilled our role model. And another part about the coordinated innovation, we fulfilled all kinds of the policies, requirements, as well as the local government demands to incidents of clinical engineering as well as the innovation technologies, established multiple pilot centers to facilitate innovation. With those centers established, we can better serve the transition of the basic studies to clinical practices. We also made profound contributions to the advancement of the clinical engineering technology. Well, today's meeting is International Gala meeting on the coordination of multiple stakeholders. The purpose is to share the updates of the clinical engineering as well as to share the best practices across the whole world. I think with today's meeting, we can further enhance the high quality management and development of the clinical engineering. For today's meeting, we're extremely happy to have a large number of top experts join us. And for today's meeting, I believe it's going to be a very fruitful one. In the end, I'd like to extend sincere gratitude to all of you and also wish this meeting a great success. I also wish you have a very happy stay in Hefei. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Liu. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Yadin David, President of the GCA. Welcome.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, and honored faculty, distinguished friends that I have here. It's a great pleasure for me to be here for the 8th time to start the Olympic torch passing from country to country, always initiating in China and then to the rest of the world. This Global Clinical Engineering Day is a celebration that started in 2015 in Hangzhou, when we sat in a room with experts from about 10 countries, only 10 countries, and we wonder, what was last year like? What did you achieve in your country over the past year in order to make patient care more accessible, higher quality, more efficient, and as my dear friend Manish Kohli would say, with less waste? When we looked at each other, it seems like that we all achieved about the same, at least one time. But when I come back to China year after year, I see the kind of real progress. From years ago to today, healthcare in China changed, from my perspective, significantly and moved forward. There is more data, more quality of service being provided, more manufacturing of local technologies, more technology management, less waste, and more safe services. When I speak to clinical engineers here in China today, the terms and the ideas that I brought early on and was not clearly understood are being practiced. And I'm just sharing with you the observation, the significance of this day. I came on this stage, the music that was played was very emotional for me, very emotional. And every year, the same music make me feel so much excited about being part of this celebration. This moment is going to be repeated around the world as we move around probably 110 different countries, all recognizing the contribution of engineers to their healthcare delivery system. The celebrations are unique. And in 2015, we realized that we have no means, we have no platform, we do not celebrate enough those achievements. And we came up with the idea, let's have a big party, a global party around the world. And that will give not only satisfaction that we have achieved something good over the past year, but also educate and promote the field to other people who are not familiar with what we do. More students going to university to learn about biomedical and clinical engineering than ever before. The dependency of healthcare services on the use of technological tools is all-time high, highest in the history, and it's going to continue, and that's the trend that's being projected. In order to keep this trend effective, efficient, safe, and with high quality, we need to have methodology, principle of operation, guidelines that we can share. So global clinical engineering celebration is not sufficient if we as individuals are not communicating. It's not sufficient if we as professionals are not qualified, educated, and demonstrate the credentialing that we hold by taking exam and become certified or registered in our field. It's not enough if we don't communicate with each other, regardless of the language, just like what happened here now, speaking English and you listen in Mandarin. I can't wait for the day that I will be able to deliver this speech, maybe next year in Chinese. I'll surprise you with some good jokes I can share with you. So if we can create a platform that the world is connected, where we can identify the challenges, and as engineer, we can propose solutions. We don't have the resource of only one country. We have resources of the whole world. and then we can apply solution and move on to the next one, not repeat the same work in every corner of the world again and again and again, but solve it once and let it be a model. So with that, I would like to thank China Medical Devices and Mr. Jin specifically for being such a good friend. I'm looking forward to make new friends, and I am really happy to be in Hefei in Anhui province in China. First time I'm visiting here, and hopefully not the last. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
接下来，掌声有请安徽省经济和信息化厅党组。
Now, I'd like to welcome Mr. Wang Dengmin, member of the leading party group of the Deputy Director General of Anhui Provincial Department of Economy and Information Technology. Welcome. Dear officials and guests, good morning, everyone. I am very delighted to participate in the 2023 Global Clinical Engineering Day International Session. On behalf of Anhui Provincial Economy and Information Office, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to the opening of the meeting. And also, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the engineers and also for people who support and care for the medical equipment development. Thank you very much for your support. Clinical engineering is a comprehensive discipline which covers healthcare, engineering, and management, etc. While improving the medical service quality, reducing the medical cost, and guarantee the human health, it plays an important role. The State Council of China pay high attention to the development of medical equipment. As President Xi emphasized that we need to accelerate in make up the shortage or gap of the advanced medical devices and equipment to overcome the bottleneck of technologies, to realize a self-owned and self-capable production of the medical devices. In recent years, our province paid high attention to the innovation of medical equipment. We regard it as one of the 10 strategic emerging industry and one of important advanced medical equipments. In 2016, the provincial NMPA and medical insurance proved the kind of a document initiated by the USTC University about a document on the innovation of medical and engineering synergy. Thus, we started a new scenario for future development. In January 2021, as the leading organization, our department proved the Innovation Alliance or Academy of Medical and Equipment Innovation. So we have hospital plus engineers, hospital plus factory. We can have new platforms for cooperation. Currently, China has already become a very important production country of medical equipment, especially while we are treating against the COVID-19. We fulfill the demand of the anti-COVID activities. However, in terms of technological barrier and due to other limitations and restrictions, we have a weak platform for innovation and we don't have a experience in innovation that much. We're still at the transforming stage during the 14th five-year plan period. The whole nationwide is promoting the program of Healthy China strategy. And also, it is a critical period to promote the high quality development of medical equipment. Actually, it is important opportunity for the China-made medical equipment. This Global Clinical Engineering Day actually organized all the experts and entrepreneurs in the field from the world. It is a very rare opportunity for academic exchanges. And also, it is very helpful to improve the competitiveness of our medical equipment. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish that you can utilize this platform to enhance international collaboration and exchanges, to share our wisdom and resources, and also to give your suggestions. I also want to welcome you all to come and visit Anhui Province and also to start some deep cooperation to drive for win-win result. I also hope that our innovation association can play a role as a bridge to be an innovation platform to combine different resources, not only pay contribution to the medical equipment and advanced technology, and also we need to be dedicated to the translational research of the results. Our department will fully comply with the President Xi's guidance on also the government deploying requirement. We will cooperate with the relevant parties to build up the innovation platform, to promote the innovation achievements, to improve the effort of innovative companies to speed up digitalization and transformation, and also to improve the perseverance of medical equipment to realize even high-level economic effect. And finally, I wish the 2023 8th Global Clinical Engineering Day International Session a grand success. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and support. Thank you. Now, we'd like to welcome Mr. Yang Xubing, member of the leading party and deputy director of the Anhui Provincial Health Committee, to deliver a speech. Welcome. Your honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In this cold autumn day, we are gathering together beside the lake in Anhui Province. We are here to participate in the 2023 Global Clinical Engineering Day International Academic Meeting. On behalf of Anhui Provincial Health Committee, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to the opening of the meeting, and also sincere welcome for your all participation here.
And also to the international dear friends, I also want to say thank you for your kind support. Anhui is a very important city for the Yangtze Delta economic zone, as well as the One Belt One Road, studying important area. And also back in 2016, President Xi paid visit to Anhui Province and also joined the development planning for Anhui. And we are committed to build Anhui Province innovation and high technologies. We would also do transformations of the grain. And in recent years, we have made very important strides. We are top 10 provinces in terms of the GDP. And also nowadays, we have done successful transformation with the improvement of the total volume of the GDP as well as the per capita GDP. According to the Central Committee's guideline, people are always at the center of our work. We should prioritize the health care of our people. Under the leadership of the provincial government, we have pushed forward with the development of the health community. We also enjoyed very high quality development of our healthcare industry. For the clinical engineering, it is a very important part of our daily work. It is also the prerequisite for the safeguarding of our daily clinical works. And also in 2012, we established the Quality Control Center for clinical engineering, covering the utilization surveillance as well as the assessment. In 2022, 2 of our medical centers have been recognized as the pilot base for standard utilization of the clinical engineers. One of them has become the training base. In August this year, we established Evaluation Center for Big-Scale Medical Devices, which will further facilitate development of the medical devices. And in recent years, under the support of all the stakeholders, Anhui has made a lot of progress in terms of the innovation of the coordinated innovation of the engineers and medicals. We also formulated new modalities for our collaboration. Well, today's meeting is international gala meeting of all the stakeholders. We set up multiple sub-forums, inviting many international guests to share insights with us. And we're going to have a very wonderful session. I believe with today's meeting, we're going to further enhance the development of the clinical engineering. I hope you can value this opportunity and also to make your contributions to the meeting and also to join hands together to improve the clinical engineering and also to better benefit our patients. In the end, I'd like to wish this meeting a great success. Now I will give the floor to the standing member of the Party of China Science Technology University, Mr. Fu Xiao, to give us the opening remarks. Distinguished leaders, dear guests, good morning. It is the beautiful autumn day. Today we are gathering here with a great pleasure to hold the 2023 International Clean Engineering Day and the international session. On behalf of our university, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. And also, I want to say thank you to all those who have supported the development of the National Science Technology University. Clinical engineering is an integral part of the medical industry. During the development of the medical industry, it has a very important role to play. It is also indispensable to the well-being of the people. In recent years, the government has attached great importance to its development. For our university, we also spared no efforts to satisfy the requirements. Under the presidency's leadership, we have taken very proactive measures. First, we build up the professional talents in order to fulfill the Health China strategy, which has been raised up in 2019. We made the most out of our discipline advantages and also to expand it to the medical arena, raising up the concept of combining the medicine, the industry, as well as the other important disciplines in our university. We also initiated the master class of medicine. This year, we signed strategic partnership agreement with the POMC based on our high talents team. We also initiated the talent programs for medicine discipline. With all these efforts, we want to build the top medical talents together and with the best practices. Of course, we're gonna cultivate a batch of talents that will be not only good at the medicines but also at physics, methods, etc. And then they're able to solve those difficult issues and the questions. The second part is that we need to establish good platforms. In 2016, we established the first center that has the coordination of the hospitals and companies. Currently speaking, we are deeply involved in the establishment of those innovation centers, focusing on medical equipment and other key issues to gain further breakthroughs. At the same time, we are also leading the efforts for the establishment of medical and clinical hospitals, and we would utilize those technologies to build our hospitals as the innovative centers. And through those innovative platforms, as well as the building up of those talents, would further integrate the social resource in all arenas and also to concentrate our talents, which will support the further work. In the end, we would also push forward with the translation of those business studies. 2023, we raised up a new modality covering the licensing, the transferring of the technologies, etc. We gain breakthroughs with this practice. And also for medicines, we got very good translational results, which has improved our impetus for those efforts. And in recent years, together with other research institutions, we have incubated many successful innovative startups, filling the gaps of the shortages of our advanced science and technologies. Well, for today's meeting, the theme is innovation, transformation. The purpose is to strengthen the collaborations and exchanges, and also to promote the innovation efforts in this regard. Well, for today's meeting, we have invited a number of top experts in this regard, and I hope that you can share your candid insights and opinions with us at this meeting, and then to make further contributions to our. And we also welcome suggestions as how to better build our hospitals. I believe under the support and guidance of the government and all the stakeholders, we will make the most out of those opportunities and also to further enhance the transformation of our hospital. And I'd like to wish to this meeting a great success. And I want to thank all of you for your kind support. So I wish all of you a happy and a healthy life. Thank you very much.
好，感谢副校长。
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your kind opening remarks. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the Medical Device Supervision Division Chief of the former CFDA, Mr. Wang Baoting, to give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome.
尊敬的各位领导，
distinguished leaders, dear colleagues, distinguished experts, dear friends and colleagues joining us online and offline, good morning. I've been attending the clinical engineering academic meetings for several times. Today is my great honor to attend the 8th international session of the International Clinical Engineering Day. Well, being present at this meeting site, my feeling is that we have conducted better and better sessions, and we have a better audience for those meetings. With this opportunity, I want to thank all the distinguished guests who are present here, especially for those who work behind the scene. A big thank you to all of you. Thank you for all your diligent work. You may know that as China's economy continue to develop in a very fast manner, and also more importance has been attached to the healthcare industry. The clinical engineering discipline obtained very impressive results. Through endless explorations, the clinical engineering discipline followed the trend of the society and has been a constant perfection. The studies have gone deeper and deeper. In recent years, medical device industry is developing very fastly. We've seen emergence of new knowledges, new techniques. They are being applied to the research, manufacturing, and production in a very quick manner, according to the NMPA's survey. Since 2014, we began to have the exceptional approval of many advanced technologies. Up till now, we approved 230 innovative medical devices. With this mechanism, we can further enhance the smart medicine development, and also for the international medical engineering arena, we also bring new opportunities. In August 2015, we received 60 clinical engineering experts from more than 20 countries. They fulfilled their role as the clinical engineer, and each year 21st of August has been regarded as the day of clinical engineering, which will be jointly celebrated by all the international clinical engineers. Up till now, the Clinical Engineering Day has a history of 7 years, and also under the organization and the leadership of China Medical Equipment Journal, the related associations, academies, related universities. We are now holding the International Engineering Day Internet session. It has enjoyed better and better reputations and influences. And it not only enhanced our journey efforts, but also to facilitate the exchanges between all of us.
Which also facilitate the development of the international medical engineering. Let's continue to work hard to contribute to the development of the international clinical engineering, to pay our own wisdom and effort to this career. I wish this Global Clinical Engineering Day and its academic meeting a success. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet you in this beautiful city of Hefei. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the 8th International Clinical Engineering Day Global Conference for the good program that they have put together and wish it all the very success. In 2006, October 21st was designated as the Global Clinical Engineering Day. It celebrates clinical engineers and their role in global health and patient care. The American College of Clinical Engineering describes the profession as supporting and advancing patient care by applying engineering and managerial skills to healthcare technology. Within the healthcare technology management field, clinical engineering is a specialty that falls under biomedical engineering, but primarily works to develop, apply, and implement medical technology for optimum healthcare. The main aim of CE is to support the use of biomedical technology by health professionals and hospital organizations with appropriate skills in order to reach the best compromise between clinical efficacy / efficiency, patients and operators' safety, care quality and innovation, and management and equipment costs. We have established the BRICS Cardiovascular Innovation Center along with the Xiamen Cardiovascular Hospital to create a platform to have better interactions and easier sharing of knowledge to help in the development of the cardiovascular industry in the BRICS countries. The main task that this center would be undertaking are academic exchanges, cardiovascular training, cardiovascular health services, cardiovascular health industry base, and creation of a BRICS Plus cardiovascular cooperation platform. In this end, Xiamen Cardiovascular Hospital has signed a letter of intent with Apollo Hospitals from India, who are the largest medical group in the country, on the basis of complementing each other's advantages and creating win-win cooperation. The focus would be on medical technology, scientific research, talent development, academic exchanges, smart hospitals, hospital management, and organizing BRICS seminars and forums. This indeed is a very important cooperation which would create great value for the center and for the cardiovascular health in the BRICS Plus countries. For creating a community which is in pursuit of a shared future, we need to work together in the area of health, and our center would tirelessly work towards this goal. We welcome all stakeholders who have a common interest and common vision to join us in this pursuit. I will also like to congratulate the establishment of the Anhui Medical Collaborative Innovation Society and would hope that they would keep up this effort in research. I will also want to wish all the participants of this program good health. Thank you very much.
谢阿德先生。
Thank you very much to Mr. Adu. Last night, when I was talking to him, I said I want to invite him to be the director of our Anhui Innovation Association. So we can actually exchange our ideas and experience to discuss and to develop together. And now we'd like to welcome the President of China Medical Appliance Journal, Mr. Jin Dong, to come on stage. Welcome. Thank you very much to Director, dear University President, Dr. David Yading, and also Dr. Adu, and also dear Mr. Huang, Mr. Yang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang Dengming, and also our candidate and former president, dear experts, and also dear online audience. Good morning, everyone. I am Jin Dong from China Medical Equipment Journal. I'm very happy to meet you here in the Hefei City in Anhui Province to join the 2023 Global Clinical Engineering Day. On behalf of our journal, I'd like to extend my sincere welcome for your participation. The Global Clinical Engineering Day is in China, Hangzhou City, in 1st October 2015, and FBE and China Biomedicine Association co-chaired the first session. Then, since then, we have the first clinical, technological, and management meeting, and with the participation of WHO. The first time was actually participated by North and South America and 5 continents. More than 70 clinical engineers come to Hangzhou and to join that event. That event is grand success. On the 3rd day of the closing ceremony, the WHO submit the Global Clinical Engineer Career Development Plan to the International Labour Organization. Then we call that day the International Clinical Engineering Day, and we have a title of a clinical engineer since then. And also, in order to, thanks to the China medical engineers' contribution to the world, the chairman on that meeting agreed to define 21st of October as the International Medical Engineer Day. Every year this day, we host the international meeting of Global Clinical Engineering Day to celebrate our own festival. Today is the 8th Global Clinical Engineer Day and also the 8th festival for us. Also, it is a festival for ourselves. So I'd like to applaud and clap for the international and Chinese clinical engineers. Thanks to Dr. Yading, and also thanks to the university, and also thanks to the Anhui province for your contribution to the development in this field. The China Medical Equipment and our Haoyigong app is willing to join handily to promote development of international medical engineering. I wish the successful result of the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much to Mr. Jin. Now we should start our group photo session. We'd like to invite a photographer to come on stage and take a photo for us.
大家都尽量坐直一点啊。
下面进入我们学术交流的环节，有请郑空教授主持接下来。
Now I'd like to welcome Professor Chen to chair the following session for us. Welcome, Professor Chen. Good morning, everyone. I am the General Secretary of the association. I'm very happy to be the moderator of this session. In this session, we have invited with us two very heavyweighted international clinical engineers to share with us. The first speaker is the chairman of the GCEA and also the ACCE founder and first chairman, Dr. Yadin David. His topic is about the global clinical engineering industry development and trend analysis in an international perspective. Welcome, Dr. Yadin David. In order to better understand their presentation, during the presentation, there will be a QR code. You can scan the QR code to select your language channel.
Professor Zheng Kun, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm happy to be back here with you, and in the time that I have this morning, what I would like to do is to share with you the progress that has been done in the profession of clinical engineering throughout the world in recent history. I will do that through the process of going through a short set of slides, and I would like to start with the concept of who are we? Who are you going to call? I don't know if you remember the movie The Ghostbuster, but that movie was an interesting example of what took place when ghosts came to town and nobody knew how to get rid of them until they found the Ghostbusters. So the line that is very famous from this movie is, who are you going to call? The Ghostbusters. And what I mean by that is that if you have a chest pain, you're probably going to seek advice of a cardiologist. If you have, heaven forbid, a joint pain, you probably will seek the advice of orthopedics expert. If you have a problem with medical device, who are you going to ask? Who are you going to call? And I think that is the essence of my presentation today, is that not enough framework has put around our profession, from education, from the practice, and from expected outcome, to identify exactly what is it we are expert in and what is it that we critically add to the equation of better health care. We need to develop that idea, and it's too much of a task than for one person to be able to do by himself or by herself. It's too much that for one province is to achieve it by itself. It's too much that one country can do it by itself, even if it's as large as China. We need a platform. We need a stage that we can put all the resources around the world together, and then we can achieve the solution. Then we can make the progress. And this stage, this platform, is the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance. It was again in Hangzhou in 2015 when we look at each other and say, what are the challenges? What are the problems? And we find out that it's the same problem in different parts of the world, but we spend same resources, as limited as they are, to solve the same problem rather than collaborate, cooperate, and be more efficient about it. So just because COVID hit the world, we came up with the idea that since there is no international platform, what we can do to contribute to a better progress is to provide an alliance stage, a stage where different national associations of clinical engineers can come and share their expertise, share best practices, share the evidence, share the solution that they came up with, as well as alliances between clinical engineers and other stakeholders in the field. The clinicians, the nurses, the administrators, and the Ministry of Health staff that still need to be educated, and brought into the realm of what is all the accomplishment, all the contribution clinical engineers can make. The Global Clinical Engineers Alliance is very unique because it has been founded by clinical engineers, it is administered by clinical engineers, and it's dedicated to the promotion of clinical engineering field, the benefit of improving patient care experiences, and to optimal healthcare outcome. Very simple and clear methods and mission for the Alliance. And we should be focusing on this point because there is no other opportunity. There is no other train we can get on and ride down the tracks towards our target on international level, but this alliance that dedicate for the clinical engineering field. So far, we have those national societies that joined us. Hopefully, pretty soon, we'll be able to put a national China Clinical Engineering Association and perhaps hospital research group as well as member of the alliance. We have 33,000 clinical engineers and technologists around the world, meaning that not only we have the idea, but we have the boots on the ground. We have the people in the trenches. We have the guys and the girls who work in the hospital and can tell us what problems they are facing and how can we help in the solution. The Global Clinical Engineering Alliance was founded, as can be seen by the cover of the Global Clinical Engineering Journal, in December 2020. It was a great birth, it was a major delivery, and we have started working immediately on developing the bylaws, the constitution, the guidelines, and the committees to help bring us all together. It's not simple, but we were lucky to find a group of experts who volunteer their knowledge, resources, and time to come from South Africa, from Italy, from Greece, from UK, from US, from Brazil, from Japan, and from China. Mr. Li Bin and Zheng Kun were very helpful with that. And they come together and put the platform, goals, and mission in mind. Where do we need to go? How we will go there? Who is going to be our partner? And who are we going to be working with? Immediately, the World Health Organization realized the resources and the uniqueness of our alliance and gave us a project to evaluate innovation that were submitted to World Health Organization to fight COVID in low and medium income countries. They needed somebody that understands how hospitals, clinics are operating and can tell them if from the engineering side, the innovation and the submission to World Health Organization are going to be able to be implemented in those locations and deliver the expected outcomes. We provided the recommendation to World Health Organization which of the submissions should move forward and which are still need to be baked further in the oven until they are more mature. We did that 3 times over 3 years during the COVID pandemic, and we helped bring innovation from all over the world to those areas. I'm happy that I was able to be part of the group, and as a result, we received a grant from the World Health Organization that helped the Alliance to continue to grow and function. I see the Alliance as an ICEA, to incite thinking, to create new relationships, to connect professionals in the engineering field as well as in the clinical and administration and informatics side, to educate ourselves as well as other stakeholders about the value we bring to the table, and to advocate to different government agency and international agency why should they look for clinical engineering expertise to be part of project and get us involved. In Hangzhou in 2015, during Global Clinical Engineering Day, this was the picture we took. This group that you see in this picture now grew to 33,000 people around the world. I believe that we will continue to grow, as you can see from the number of clicks we got during the Global CE Day in 2019. Over 500,000 in my field of clinical engineering. To have over 500,000 clicks on our programs, it's unbelievable. It's a dream come true, and we think that we're going to be continuing furthermore to grow. We got wishes on those days every year from clinical engineers around the world, as well as now from international agencies and other societies in Europe, America, and in Asia. Here in China, we already know what I like to always say to you. If we get together, we can do it better. So this alliance of Global CE provides an opportunity for us to have a voice, to listen to problem and not repeat it every year, but to rank it in priority and say, here is what we're going to focus on. Here is what we're going to be addressing. Here is a solution for that, which we couldn't have done around the world until now. So we started with 22 hours of programming not so long ago. We moved to 128 countries joining Global CE Day in 2021, and you can see the growth to 2022, and I hope that today, as other countries around the world got the Olympic torch and start with the different time zone to celebrate like we do today, we will have more countries and more participation in the event, and it's all because China gave us this chance. China gave us the chance to start. You have seen the challenge and you stood up for that. And we're going to work together until we'll address all the issues and solve them. In addition to the day, we also created a Global CE Summit. The summit is gathering of clinical engineers from around the world and raising the question, what is the issue this year that is important to you? We look at what was the issue last year and what we did to address it, and we look at next year what should be the new challenge. And we do this every 2 years during the International Congress of Clinical Engineering and Health Technology Management. This global summit, again, is activity that the Alliance is providing, is unique in the field, and allow us to refocus our resources on the current challenges facing the profession. As very easily can be seen from the picture that I'm sharing with you, the clinical engineers that used to be in the basement, that used to be focusing on maintenance of medical product away from the clinical environment, is now moving together with the physician into the clinical environment. In this example of the orthopedic robotic surgical instrument, it is the engineer who is next to the patient and next to the device, making sure that the app is working, the connection to the internet is appropriately operating, that the electromechanical sensors and the movement from the workstation where the surgeon is sitting are all appropriately accurate and safely used, and everybody is trained appropriately how the system should function. This is a change. This is what we call, in the cover of the current Clinical Engineering Journal, the new normal. The new normal. We're not fighting the issues of yesterday. We're standing up to the issues of tomorrow. And as you can see here, every time we look from the COVID and the heroes of the COVID in healthcare, we look to the problems we are facing moving forward, not into the history. The Global Clinical Engineering Journal is another feature that the Alliance is embracing and working with the China Medical Device entity to make sure that the journal has simultaneous publication, free online to everyone in 2 languages. It's run in English and in Chinese. And this is tremendously important because of the size of the healthcare market in China. In addition, we also publish the proceeding of the International Congress that we conduct. You can see the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th that is coming up. The Congress next month, November 10th to the 13th in Vizag in India. The Global Clinical Engineering Alliance also, as you saw in the eyesight, concerned with the competency, with the ability to develop the skills we need for tomorrow, like being able to deal with robotic surgical tools, and like the ability to deal with the challenge of interconnecting, not anymore single device, but a system. The medical devices connected together in one hospital connecting together in many hospitals. And the international picture, as you can see later on from the presentation by Dr. Manish Kohli, is going to look into a different style and format of hospital. But we conduct those webinars that are linguistic free, meaning that everybody can listen by selecting the language that you understand and have the captions, regardless of the language of the speaker. If I speak in English and you would like to hear this in Portuguese, you are able to do that on this platform. In addition, there are short talks about technical subjects that we bring experts and explain in depth where does it impact healthcare outcome. You know, organizing international congress, just like this one, takes effort and takes funding. The Alliance is continuously seeking exhibitors, donation, and fundraising in order to be able to run these congresses that we do, in order to bring the international community and make the network tighter and more effective, and find the project that actually can be implemented and can deliver solution. For that, it means that you need to be engaged. And I would like to close my presentation with those notes that you see here. It is our duty, not only those of the healthcare provider, to make sure that we develop the guide rails on how the industry can collaborate with the academia, with the clinical engineering practitioners, in order to eliminate the harm, to ensure that we have predictable care outcome and that the resource utilizations are optimized and waste is minimized. It is our duty to develop those mechanisms when technology and patient are at the cross line. At the point of care, technology and clinical operation is our interest. We need to demonstrate by evidence-based publication that we are competent to deal with the future need of how technology management program is not only done in medical center, not only done in hospitals, not only done in the clinic, but in the future hospital that may be virtual, may be at home. And aging at home, being able to manage disease at home, meaning that we need to be able to develop and implement technologies that are not run by intelligence user, but by the public who does not have the education as physicians, nurses, and clinical engineers and still use those products. We need to manage that and make sure that we can branch out to homes and deal with that technology performance as well. We need to form alliances, coalition between all stakeholders. The speakers this morning highlighted that from the politics of healthcare to innovation of healthcare to application of healthcare, we all part of the same group. We all need to work together. We all need to come up with solutions that we can understand, educate each other, where are the alternatives, what are the options, and how to make the right selection to reach at the outcome. We need to focus our own education. Clinical engineers need to be able to demonstrate their competency through professional credentialing, just like any other stakeholder in healthcare. Physicians, nurses, pathologists, clinical laboratories, they all have professional examination, and they are all subjected to review. We need to make sure that every nation has professional development guidelines, and that the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance can bring everybody together and make this credentialing reciprocity throughout the world. Because when we do it together, we can do it better. Thank you very much.
Just now, Dr. Yadin David gave us a very good introduction about the global clinical engineering industry progress and development and definition of the clinical engineers. He also emphasized about international exchanges. He introduced to us about the design framework and also the only and first GCEA foundation and also the only journal GCJ and also the relevant ICHTMC meeting. So for the Chinese medical engineers, they gave us full recognition, including the first meeting was held in Hangzhou, China, and the celebration of the Global Clinical Engineer Day all started in China. Of course, that proposed some hope for our next step work. For example, he mentioned that the Chinese Clinical Engineer Association can join the GCEA group. Thank you again, Dr. Yadin David, for your excellent presentation. And next, we're going to invite Dr. Manish Kohli. Dr. Manish Kohli is the Senior Advisor and Collaborator of GCEA and CEO of Beyond Horizon Health. He has come to China before, but this is the first time for him to join the clinical engineering event. Dr. Manish Kohli is from FHI MSS. He is the former chairman of that organization council. He also has come to many Chinese hospitals for HIMSS appraisal. And also, he has been the CMIO in very lot of top hospitals, for example, Cleveland Clinic and Johns Hopkins Hospital. He used to be the executive officer of their medical information. And also in terms of digital health, he has a lot of innovative ideas and programs. Today, his topic is about the remote healthcare, system technology, and engineering. Let's welcome Dr. Manish Kohli.
Distinguished guests in the audience, friends who are dialing in remotely, ni hao. To friends joining from around the world, good morning, salam alaikum, bonjour, buenos dias, and namaskar. I'm truly delighted and honored to join the CEs here in audience and globally on this momentous day. Congratulations to all of you on a day that celebrates each and every one of you. And thank you for the contributions that you make to healthcare in your communities and worldwide. We live in very interesting times in this world. More people have access to a mobile phone than they do to clean water and a toothbrush in most of the world. As you look at the graph, between 2001 and 2017, the penetration of mobile phones has increased significantly worldwide. When you look at countries like India and China and Colombia, in today's day and age, most of us have more than one telephone connection. And this creates a unique opportunity for us to penetrate and improve access to healthcare. As clinical engineers, there's an even more important and more prominent role that the future of healthcare holds for you. Devices are becoming smaller and more powerful, and they are becoming much more pervasive. In fact, the compounded annual growth rate of the remote patient monitoring market is estimated to be around 12%. And broadly, digital health market has a CAGR of 16%. We are going to be able to do a lot of things that were not possible just a few years ago. And we are going to make strides in generating lots of data. But data is a double-edged sword. Healthcare produces the largest amount of data of any industry. The compounded annual growth rate of data in healthcare is 36%. However, healthcare does not leverage this asset for better decision making. And this is why we see worldwide, despite all the data that's being collected, we have not made significant strides in improving outcomes. Clinicians are drowning in data while they starve for wisdom. Wisdom and insights to make a better clinical decision for that one patient in front of them. As we look at the problems we all collectively must address, locally in our communities, at a national level, but also at a global level, is the cost of healthcare. In today's day, we actually spend about $10 trillion every year on healthcare. It's about 10% of the global GDP. High-income countries spend even more, 12.5%. China spends about 6.5% of its GDP on healthcare. And some of the studies have suggested that the money we spend in healthcare, about 30% is wasted. Wasted in the sense that it does not add to improving patient outcomes. We have to collectively fix it. And we have to do it in a manner which is data-driven. So we understand the problems and we're able to design solutions collectively as a community to improve healthcare. Not just for our patients, but for us, because we end up being patients as well. Safety literature is replete with data that says that healthcare, you need to do better. And oftentimes healthcare is compared to airline industry, and if this rate of errors existed in the airline industry, none of us would fly. We also have a relative and an absolute shortage of the workforce. Not only are we not producing enough people, healthcare professionals, to address the need, but we are also locating them, or they tend to locate in areas where large cities are. So rural areas don't end up getting access to specialty care. But even more critical is that the inefficiencies in healthcare end up costing a lot of the clinical time. And we must fix that. And we also have to understand that healthcare is not a doctor or a nurse sport, it's the team sport. And when we look at the modern vision for healthcare, it involves doctors, nurses, administrators, and clinical engineers who can come together to look at a more equitable way of delivering healthcare. In today's day and age, 3 billion people lack access to a healthcare professional. This is unacceptable. Half of these people at least have access to a mobile phone. And we must reimagine and reinvent healthcare that improves access to basic quality care for everyone. I think COVID, for all the tragedy it caused, created an opportunity. We already saw rising healthcare costs, workforce shortages, and uniform lack of access to basic care before the pandemic. But the pandemic created this crisis that made many of us step back and think, what are we doing and how can we do better? And I think with the availability of new digital tools, the smaller devices, the information technology, digital health, we can actually develop innovative models of care that are going to really help us address quality, access, cost of care. We often talk about telehealth. Telehealth by itself is just a tool. It has to be part of a program. And as this slide illustrates, the use cases for telehealth are variable. And as we think as healthcare professionals collectively, we must be thinking about what is the problem we are trying to solve and how do we bring the right technologies to solve that problem. In some cases, we may just want e-consults. In other cases, we may only need asynchronous second opinions. So this is where healthcare leadership needs to come together at the local level to define what is the problem we want to solve at the local level, and then build a team, a coalition that can say, these are the technologies, these are the tools, these are the people that are needed for us to address the problem. And by the way, this is the data we're going to collect to measure if this works or not, and in a nimble manner, engage in a cycle of continuous improvement. Again, each telehealth modality, for instance, has various objectives. And we must we must begin with the end in mind. What does great look like, and begin to work backwards. When you look at models of care, one of our CE colleagues, Elia Sloan, summarized it very elegantly. There are 3 types of models that could potentially be looked at. We could look at building centralized capacity, where you actually build a workforce of specialists empowered and enabled by technology to service community hospitals and outlying clinics, where you have an EICU type of a framework where you can monitor patients from a central location. Or you can have the existing healthcare facility, which is what most people think about, and building a digital front door. How can the hospital that's located in a community be accessible to its members, its community members and patients, without the need for every patient to come in to its door? Then you have hospital at home, which we talk about a lot. A tremendous opportunity, and which was even more critical during the pandemic, where we needed to deliver care at home. With the proliferation of devices and mobilizing them to home, we actually can think about a way where we can take care of patients at home. As I was talking with someone at breakfast this morning, in some ways, modern technology will allow us to go back 150 years where we can take care of patients at home, and the really complex patients, the surgical patients, truly need to come to the hospitals. And when you think about capacity building, if we use the hospital infrastructure for really sick and complex patients, that is the best utilization paradigm. I also want to talk about the 3 billion people I alluded to that do not have access to healthcare. Recently, we founded the Pull Alliance for Digital Health and Equity. This is an organization that brings in broad digital health capacity and capabilities at all levels, including clinical engineers, and make it available to frontline NGOs and hospitals and health systems that lack those capabilities. And the idea is simple. We need to empower the communities to take care of themselves. We need a healthier population. We need healthier communities worldwide, whether it's in China, whether it's anywhere else in the world. And everybody is in need of better health, better education, and also better core services like better nutrition, better clean water, better sanitation. And one of the things the Pull Alliance does is really to pull together public-private partnerships, technology, data, and funding, and make it available to these communities around the world and help them achieve the promise of digital health and improve access to quality care to its residents. I'll give you a few examples of some of the partners we work with. So in India, during the pandemic, one of the large private insurance companies, as part of their CSR, invested in 3 clinics and made them smart clinics. And essentially, what they brought to bear was a panel of doctors, training for the nurse and the doctors in the clinics themselves, some smart devices, and some teleconsultation capabilities. In 2 years, and this is the impact of a very small investment, to the tune of about $75,000 for 3 clinics over 2 years. They were able to improve access to care for 20,000 patient visits, 15,000 which were primary care, and 5,000 were assisted telemedicine visits. In a 30-minute encounter, a patient whose family makes less than $200 a month is able to walk in and walk out with a bag of medicines, and the results were striking. The number of diabetics and hypertensive that were picked up, diagnosed, and treated was spectacular. You apply something like this at scale, it can transform healthcare at the grassroots level. And we need partnerships like the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance, who have boots on the ground to anchor some of these initiatives. As we deploy more and more technologies, smaller technologies, but more powerful technologies, we need people who have the skill set to support frontline practitioners who are working hard and who are oversubscribed. In Colombia, we work with the Colombian Civil Air Patrol. They fly into very remote parts of Colombia where they have poor infrastructure, isolated communities, bad weather conditions, in some cases, security issues. In other cases, limited internet access, electrical power challenges. But then they're able to provide much needed care for these communities. And their ask is, we fly 20 times a year to these communities, but when our planes are not on the ground, there's not much happening, and these patients are left vulnerable. Can you, the Pull Alliance, help us build a digital platform that connects all our missions and help us be in the communities when our planes are not on the ground? This investment is a small investment to reach a very vulnerable population. And as we all have learned, healthcare is an essential right for everyone, but we are only as good as our weakest link. So we have to, as a healthcare community, as a CE community, as a medical community, as a global community, come together to saying, how do we solve a problem like this, where we have the tools available, where we have the funding available, and how do we actually make it work? So what they are asking for in Colombia, help us get telehealth, help us get remote patient monitoring. We would like to get clean water in our community so that we can reduce the incidences of diarrheal diseases. What that will do is it's actually going to improve health, but not only that, it's going to improve access, because now those appointment slots are available to other patients who could be seen for more complex conditions. And they want to look at data. They want to say, we want to measure how well we're doing, and we want to go back to our donors, to the funding agents, saying that this is the impact we are creating so that we can mobilize more funding. And I think this is really the key point. Healthcare is a grassroots phenomenon, and we have to look at local communities, local ecosystem to make it happen. Ecuador, we are working with a hospital at the edges of the Amazon rainforest. And what they have done, they're saying we have 150 villages that we are serving. They have taken indigenous health workers, community health workers, and trained them to become healthcare professionals. And now they want to have this healthcare professional, that's the first one, be on a telehealth platform so she can provide services to other members in other communities. And they want to train 20 more. You talk about an investment and creating resilience. This is what great looks like. You have people who have built the trust, who are doing great work. They need the global community to come together. And I would say, whether you're here in China, whether you're listening somewhere else, look at where the needs are, reach out to the Pull Alliance. We want to work with you, and we want to kind of make sure that everybody has access to basic quality healthcare. And digital technologies hold a key promise that is being under-leveraged. So, to end, fundamentally, healthcare is broken. I like the cover of the magazine that Yadin showed earlier. It showed the baby being born in breech position, with a lot of love around it, but it was in breech position. This is exactly what healthcare is. Healthcare is in breech position. We, as physicians, nurses, CEs, allied health professionals, CEOs, we need to come together to really help deliver a baby that is healthy, happy, and whole. And we need to make sure that the work that we do ensures safe, effective, quality care. That is a given. We want to make sure that we are prudent with cost. We are spending too much on healthcare. It becomes a national risk across the globe. We cannot afford spending this much money on healthcare. We need to learn to do more with less. And we need to make sure that when anybody needs care, it's available efficiently. And we need to take care of the people who are working so hard to deliver the care they need, to deliver the care that our patients need. So what does digital transformation look like? It's not putting an elevator door and having stairways. That's a wasted cost. We need to think about strategically and what are the core infrastructure components that are needed to make technology work in the long run. And this is where we need informatics specialists, we need healthcare professionals, we need CEs again, who understand how we can make technology work to solve fundamental problems. And ultimately, the ask is, are we solving the right problems? If not, how do we realign so that we are putting our resources, our time, our energy to making this world a better place, to making sure healthcare, quality healthcare is available to every citizen of our planet Earth. Again, thank you for all the contributions you make, to all the Chinese-speaking audience, Shinkula, and truly an honor to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manchuguli, for sharing the framework of the CE work. I understand you shared with us about the growth of the medical industry, which is around 36%. However, I understand the expenditure of the medical services has been on the rise in many different countries. However, there are a lot waste of the medical resources. And so in his presentation, he also mentioned that around 3 billion people don't have the access to the medical care. His solution is that we need to innovate the medical modalities. We need to integrate telemedicine, and also we need to introduce new clinical engineering technologies. Also shared with us multiple modalities for areas that don't have the clinics, don't have the hospitals. We can also provide the care at home with the telemedicine assistance. And he's also shared with us about the POL Alliance, and this is based on the combination of different resources and technologies. He also shared with us the cases from Colombia and Ecuador. And his presentation is very inspirational. And in the end, he appeals to us that for all the stakeholders, be it to the HCPs or the CEOs of the companies, we need to join hands together to innovate our healthcare industry. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now I will hand over to Professor Zhang Xu to moderate the next part. Professor Zhang Xu is the supervisor postdoctor. He is also the president of the Biological Institute of the Beijing Medical University. So, Professor Zhang Xu, please. Distinguished leaders, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues joining us online and offline, good morning. I'm the chief member of the Clinical Engineering Special Committee of China Research Hospital Association. It's my great honor to be the moderator of this session. Well, the next speaker is Mr. Liao Hongen, who is the Deputy President of Tsinghua University Medical School. He's going to brief us on the precision diagnosis and treatment of smart medicine. He is senior talent of China. At the same time, he's also a specially designated expert of China in terms of the images and robotics. He has received a lot prizes and also have very high achievements. Now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Professor Liao to share with us about his talk. Let's welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy today because I also participated in the first meeting in Hangzhou. And in recent years, I actually have joined many similar meetings. Today, I'd like to say that maybe in the past, we'll pay more attention to the clinical engineering. And also the smart healthcare is also a very hot topic. I'd like to share with you about the precision medication facing to the smart healthcare. We know that we have a strong momentum for medical health industry. In the market, we have growth demand and also the market size is in terms of a product competition, we're facing with a lot of challenges. And also we know that the development strategy has been changed. We have some early stage diagnosis, and we pay more attention to some malignancies. Another trend is that we have a very huge population size in China. We want to know how can we bring more benefit to our cities, so that overly speaking, we can tell that we're not only in the clinical practice, and also we have more technical support from digitalization and the remoting service. That would be the key for future. And also that would be a trend for future medical industry. We want to know how to seize the opportunity of the industry. Actually, we have a lot of new medical technologies. For example, the new type of technology, including the NGS sequencing, 3D printing, AI, big data, social health networks, including the diagnosis and treatment devices, including the biochemical test, imaging equipments, and minimally invasive surgeries. We also have technologies regarding the individual health, for example, the consumer wearable devices, and also the individual health application, etc. Also, in the future, we might have a direction to enhance certain organ function. For example, for disabled men, maybe in the future, there will be some aid devices. For example, if they can have some VI devices or brain-machine interface devices, so they can improve people's quality of life. In terms of intelligent healthcare, it is widely used in this framework of detection, diagnosis, and treatment. So how can we better utilize the technology to serve the health of us people? So one is about the intelligent health and the precision treatment. As you can see that we have some health electronic products and wearable devices based to the communities, especially the wearable devices. Those are very common thing now. And also there are lots of innovation in medical devices and equipment. For example, for the diagnosis, for treatment, and also for monitoring devices. Recent years, we have lots of innovation in those fields, and globally, a lot of technology is advanced and optimized. As we can tell that we pay more attention to the intelligent healthcare. For example, we have some intelligent mobile phones and wrist ring, etc. In the future, the wearable devices will be more different formats. Maybe we can even using the wearable devices to test multiple kind of biophysical parameters. We're also facing with some technical challenges regarding the new generation of wearable devices. For example, the body temperature, the headset, glasses, watches, shoes, and the shoe pads. From top to down in a whole body, potential wearable devices option. So we don't only have the device, also need to figure out the human body parameters. For example, we have the electrochemistry sensors. One important feature is that we use this one to analyze some human body parameters, for example, sweat. By this continuous non-invasive health monitoring of sweat, we can have a real-time monitoring of the metabolites and also the skin temperature and electrolytes, etc. And also, we can have some real-time signal handling, and we can have a very accurate reading. Besides that, we can also perform the detection of some very minor dose of sweat. We can use the way of induction of irons to acquire real-time monitoring. Besides that, we also have other body fluid, for example, the teardrop test. They can also be followed and monitored. Another major part is in the tissue fluid. There are some biomarkers. For example, we might also have some ex vivo. We have some kind of body feature can be actually tested ex vivo, but with wearable device and actually test those secretion fluids. So we can actually So actually, we have the tester of blood glucose, etc. Actually, wearable device read the numbers, and also figures are very visible and easy to understand. We can also wear the wrist ring to see more information. We can also have another wearable like smart clothing. So when we acquire information of human body, we don't want it to affect our daily work or activities. Actually, there are a lot of sensors, and they are actually impacted in this, and maybe they can contact with the people's skin. And also it's like a bandit that is stick on the skin. Those sensors are very soft and can follow the natural movement of human body. We can collect the pulse and other information in real time. We also have some wearable devices used for like COVID-19 detection. For example, by the changing color or by the structure of the photosensitive nanometer structure. Besides that, we also have some human body flexible energy. We can not only acquire information through wearable devices, we can also have a continuous, accurate acquisition. For example, we can utilize the human body motion to generate power or energy. And also, you know that human body is a mobile and continuous way. So we can actually affect the normal activities. We have a lot of attention in this field. So we do have some kind of wearable devices used in family or community healthcare centers. But can we also use them in the medical environment? Because nowadays, basically all the wearable devices are only testing for simple parameters. For example, there are some disease or some long-term monitoring patients in their daily life. Maybe they have some wearable devices, but also very professional healthcare devices. So we started to pay attention to those technologies. Recently, we're looking into the field of ultrasound detection. You know that we can use the ultrasound to acquire dynamic information. And also, maybe the current ultrasound devices are too big. It's difficult to use to generate long-term images. It cannot move with the human body. So maybe we can use some patches or other format to follow human body. It's like a wearable probe, and so it will be more user-friendly and can be used for long-term monitoring. In recent years, we pay more attention to this flexible ultrasound sensors and probes, so they can actually stick to the skin, and also it can perform a very long time monitoring. We know that we can monitor for different locations. During exercises, we can also perform monitoring in real time. For example, this is for the cervical vessels. When we stick the patch on it, you can see when neck is rotating. The image is real time, and also the resolution is very good. Besides that, we can also have the heart continuous monitoring. Like during exercises with the patch style ultrasound device, we can actually capture the relevant parameters. So we can have a automatic parameter analysis. On the other hand, we want to see how to combine a device with a precise diagnosis and treatment. Like we have the conventional medical devices, we also have devices for treatment or rehabilitations. So in medicine and also in clinical practice, we know that since several decades ago, or even 100 ago, we have X-ray, ultrasound, then we have the CT, MRI, then we even have PET-CT and PET-MRI. We have more modalities. And after 2000, you know that the information gained from imaging is from single to multimodal already. And also, we have a different scale fusion from ex vivo to in vivo, or even from local to molecular level. Those are the trend of future development. And also we know that the current image are not only used for diagnosis. Maybe we can also have a transient to treatment purpose. For example, very minimal wound or incision to perform very complicated treatment. So imaging is really play important role in that perspective. From diagnosis to treatment, that is a very good transition. And also, we're getting the intelligence from diagnosis to treatment. The current trend is it is not only intelligent, in the future it might be also autonomous. So we can pay more attention to different ways. We can use new technologies in the healthcare so that we can actually have more visible information. And also we can have more comprehensive tools. Also, we can see there is some accurate information acquisition. So you can tell that like 20 years ago, we started to pay attention to this, especially how can we realize a intelligent or autonomous diagnosis and treatment.
And actually, 15 years ago, in 2006, we disclosed this technology, and back then we were able to integrate those technologies. So here you can see for this device, it is able to collect the information such as the contour of the tumor, etc. And after the data collection, they can use the laser to do the treatment. And so minimal invasive surgery. With this, the operation is going to be smooth. And for this operation, the surgeons don't need to operate too much, and they will be more like the supervisors standing by. And so when necessary, they can intervene a little bit. And also for this part, service, and also forward to seeing those innovations of those technologies, because with those operations, we hope that we can have better tools. And so here we can see we can use fluorescence to do the detection, and also based on pathologies, we can have the diagnosis, and then we can do the laser treatment. And so sound, we can have the real-time guidance. We also have the ultrasound probe or the wearables and to collect the information for surgical navigation and minimally invasive surgery. These are the best tools. We can see in the past for ultrasound probe, we need to have people hold them. And so with this innovation, we can also exempt the physicians from those maneuvers. And I think for those the machines, they are also learning from the physicians. For example, for those uncertain surface. And for the surface, we can have the full scanning in the left. You can see this is automatic scanning before the learning because we didn't set any modalities or track. And on the right, you can see that's the optimization has been done based on the learning from the physicians. And you can see the scanning is quite close to the physician's practice. So for this part, for the robotics, we don't place any tracks, and we'll just have them receive the training. And another part is that for the whole environment, it's also gonna be changing in certain special circumstances. We can use the ultrasound robotics to do their self-control. And here we can see for this video, and for the arm is actually moving for the probe as well as the machine arms. It can cope with this movement of the arm. And so you can see no matter how people move, how the arm moves, the machine is able to behaving like the physician. So for the AI as well as the smart technology, during this development, we can have more self-fulfillment. So I think this is the future trend of our development. And also for the clinical engineers, they're going to pay more attention to this aspect. We should not only pay attention to the device utilization, but also the development of those technologies as how to better, remove those daunting tasks or the dull tasks, repetitive tasks from the workload of our physicians. And so with those combinations, we can develop the treatment. Here you can see the patient is lying on this bed, and the physicians sit at the front of the screen and to do the observation. In general, here you can see through this video, we can do scanning of the tumor, and then we can have the high-tech ultrasound operation, and then we have the integration of all the parts. As we can also combine the high efficiency of the robotics with the awareness and the expertise of the people. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Liao, for your wonderful sharing. And Professor Liao shared with us about the future prospect of the smart medicine, and also how can we develop the wearables and the sensors that are more close to people's functions, and also for ultrasound machines, how can we develop this ultrasound robotics and then to reduce the repetitive workload for our physicians. And Professor Liao's work also the most is the first of its kind in the world. Thank you, Professor Liao, for your wonderful sharing. Next, I will hand over to Professor Chen Chuanliang, the president of the Henan Provincial People's Hospital, to moderate this session. He is supervisor of doctoral level 2 professor. He also has many other important titles. Professor Chen, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction, distinguished experts, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues watching us from our Gong A app, it's my great honor to moderate this special session of our International Clinical Engineering Day. At this time, we have Mr. Wang Shucai, who is the former division chief of the Medical Device Supervision Division of the CFDA, to share with us the policy interpretation of the grant channels. Mr. Wang, please. Distinguished experts, dear colleagues, dear friends from the clinical engineering field, good morning. Today, I want to share with you about scientific regulation and as to promote high-quality development of the clinical engineering. Clinical engineering is an integral part of the medical device industry. Right now, the industry is developing aggressively, and the 8th Internet session of the International Clinical Engineering Day is officially conducted. And at this meeting, we're going to have in-depth discussions of the clinical engineering. It also means that after the pandemic, we have entered into a new era. In order to facilitate healthy development of the medical engineering industry, we have been able to establish this wonderful platform, which is sure to exert profound influence. So here I want to extend congratulations to the organizing committee. Entering into a new century, the conflict of the society has changed, and the high-speed growth has also been turned into the pursuit of high-quality development and growth. And nowadays, the general public have higher demands for the high quality of life, and for medical device industry is developing constantly. It has become a hot topic of all of us. For related policies will become more stringent, and we pay a lot of attention to the safety and efficacy of the medical devices. We have high requirements for the regulation of the medical devices. We will further perfect the approval and review process, and also to further perfect the product standards, and also to strengthen our efforts in all aspects. With all that being said, we are in the right position to proceed with the mechanism innovation to perfect our supervision capabilities and also to improve that. We try to fulfill our obligations to safeguard safety of the drug. So next, I'm gonna focus on the improvement of the supervision capability and also share some of my insights with you. in all related fields. Firstly, the legal framework has been further perfected. We revised the medical device regulations of this revision. We've seen the new policies that have been constantly rolled out. The government has strengthened or reformed the total mechanism for the regulation of medical device. And we also use laws and regulations to reinforce our reformative outcome. And as to use that to consolidate our reform outcomes. And we nowadays introduce the new mechanisms such as the MAH, the filing sponsor mechanisms to safeguard the regulation. We also rolled out different regulations to safeguard high quality manufacturing and operation, together with the health. The laboratory quality management standards and regulations have been issued, and the pilot work plans for IVD products, interest and management supervision guidelines have also been issued. Categories of the pilot companies have been also. We implement medical device distributor mechanism or rule, and in the new regulation, it has become the basic requirement. It means that the medical device registration regulation method, entrusted manufacturing method, and regulations, all of those regulations have now been in the place to safeguard the legitimate practice. And in order to safeguard the people's rights to use the right medicines and medical devices, we nowadays have the legal basis. And also the capabilities have been further enhanced according to the regulation practicals. We will do the surveillance of the AEs of the companies. With this surveillance, we would also ask those companies to fulfill their duties and obligations, and also to do or to further update the re-evaluation methods for the unqualified companies. And we nowadays would revise the regulations on the unqualified medical device manufacturers and will further underscore the obligations of the main entities of those manufacturing activities. And also to further enhance the studies regarding those topics and to guide our practices. For the second part, I want to touch upon the implementation of the 14th five-year plan by the government, and also to integrate all the efforts in the whole life cycle, and also to combat the illicit behaviors and activities, and then to facilitate the high speed and high quality development. And then based on the designated task deployment, we will further enhance all the management in the four manners. I'm going to have the dynamic surveillance implemented.
And also companies need to be responsible about the quality. And they need to make sure that all the different segments are compliant to guarantee the product safety and orderly supply of products, to conduct scientific sampling, to emphasize on the monitoring of adverse events. And also when the product has a quality risk, we need to conduct in-time measurement to control for illegal events or activities. We should take legal actions. And also for medical device adverse events, the prevalence is quite high recently. And also there are still some accidental cases of fake products, illegal sale, and unregistered medical devices still existed. And also some are sold through for the e-commerce channel. Those are also big impact to the industry. Those are actually doing harm to consumers at different levels. Thus, the quality of medical device is a very common theme problem. The risk of using medical devices still has high risk. So, because these are highly attentioned by the whole society, we need to emphasize on the daily monitoring. And also, we need to speed up on the sampling to start the flight check without pre-notification to attribute the main liability and for all the problems we identified during the detection, we should guarantee that the products are actually flowing smoothly. So when there's illegal actions, we need to give in-time actions. Thirdly, we need to deepen the approval revolution to improve a high-quality development of the industry. The NMPA is trying to improve the approval process, to improve the approval quality. And also, we are very innovative, and for product who has a very outstanding clinical value, we have set up a special approval pathway with early access principle. When we don't lower down the standard, we will actually promote an early launch of products with clinical demands. And also we should actually improve the building of basic capabilities. And also we need to start a system for the medical device professionals. And also for the kind of archiving and the management method of medical devices, we should also emphasize on the kind of cross-regional production of medical devices. We have a very comprehensive law base for that. Also, we encourage the innovative development of the pharmaceutical companies. We have a special approval process, and also we should implement the special approval process and also the right operational standard. We shall continuously do a good job in the approval and assessment of innovative devices, since it is very helpful for developing more intellectual property. And also we can give some prior approval for key projects, which is beneficial for the Chinese healthcare industry, which facilitate the innovative development of a medical devices industry to meet patient needs. And also, we should optimize the clinical trial approval to clarify the clinical assessment and the technical requirement to play an important role in guiding the clinical trial, to give a basic requirement for clinical trials, and also to publish and release the guiding principle of overseas clinical trial data. We should set up the clinical assessment requirement. We should speed up the registration and approval work to facilitate faster entry and launch of product in the market. And also for important products, they can be launched and approved with certain conditions. And also, we can emphasize on the standard of pre-review of the materials. For this Class 2 and Class 3 medical devices, we provide them with a pre-review service so that the submission and also the needed material can meet the technical requirement. And also, we should continuously adjust the way of managing clinical trials. We changed from the kind of approval to archiving. Till the end of 2021, there is already 1,112 institutions have archived already, which greatly relieve some pressure. And also, the kind of relevant notification of made in China to improve the efficiency. And also, we can encourage the translational result of international researchers. And also some still existing problems. Now for biomedicine industry, we still have some deep layer conflicts. The industry development actually have a multi-different departments. And also sometimes we don't have a close combination with the actual work. Maybe we can still not meet the demand of the industry development. And many products or companies, their products are very small and scattered, not standard. And companies are not very innovative. They don't have enough investment yet. The clinical translation rate is not very high. The data cannot be shared comprehensively. And also for medical devices, recall and reassessment haven't been very scientific, objective, and proactive. We haven't got a fully life cycle monitoring. Before launch of a product, we are lack of further clinical studies. The basic data of clinical product is not very comprehensive. We don't have very deep follow-up researches. We don't have a lot of understanding about product quality, so that the product quality is not improving. Those are also main reasons for the slow development of the products or the industry. And also some personal opinions or suggestions. Premier Li Qiang hold the State Council meeting about the high-quality action plan of medical devices and medications. It pointed out that the medical industry is a key pillar of the economy. It is relevant to every single people. We should improve the modernization of the industry to emphasize on the key technology supply and the supply of raw and recipient material. We should also focus on the innovation. Sometimes the innovation is very difficult and need very long time. We offer them the whole chain support to encourage and lead the top farm companies to improve their competitiveness. We should pay high attention to the promotion of medical devices made in China. Also, to encourage the integration and upgrading of the medical devices. We should emphasize on talent training to support universities train talents with medical devices together with companies and enterprises. And primarily give clear guidance on development of medical devices in China. We should customize the brand and medical devices for Chinese market to inject a new power. Innovation comes from talent. Innovative industry will create and help the international level leaders. And also, we can help to build the talent pool. Here, I have a fully understanding that the biomedicine industry should become the important lead for high quality development of healthcare. I really hope to see that we can face directly to the problems to perform the scientific monitoring system to encourage innovation, to promote the system building, to fulfill the standard, to conduct the AE monitoring work, to have the liability, to improve the capability, to guarantee the quality, safety, and effectiveness. Clinical institutions and enterprises need to have fully embed, and also to be innovative in the tools and standard, and also to be innovative, and also a combination of medical and engineering. And also for a clinical problem, we need to go back to clinical practice. And also we should find a shortboard, look for gap, and overcome and upgrade in order to realize the co-share of clinical data in order to fulfill the multidisciplinary cooperation. So that for the high quality product can be modernized and more intelligent. So activity to facilitate the gather development and also to meet in order to guarantee health of human people to realize a real whole high quality development. I hope that the whole society can support the medical device industry. We want our own role to facilitate the social awareness. I hope that the Global Clinical Engineering Day can play a role as a platform to facilitate the high quality development of industry. Finally, I wish the meeting a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing on the updates of the regulations and the policies. And with the updates, we nowadays have a better system and mechanism to regulate our medical devices. And with that, we are able to safeguard our medical device industry development. And we should also implement the whole life cycle management concept of the medical devices. And the third part is about the reform of the review and inspection of the medical devices. And also for the medical devices that are in emergent needs, we should also expedite the approval. And he also raised up about existing issues and questions. And we should also give some preferential policies to those industry insiders to better serve the industry. Okay. One round of applause to thank Professor Wang again for the wonderful sharing. Now, I will hand over to Professor Feng Jingwei, who is the director of the Medical Engineering Department of the first affiliated hospital to Zhejiang University Medical School, to chair the next part. Distinguished experts, dear audiences online and offline, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to moderate this part. And next, I'd like to give the floor to the director-elect member of the Medical Engineering Subcommittee of China's Medical Association, Mr. Qian Ying, to share his insights with us. Let's welcome. Distinguished experts, good morning. Today, I want to share with you status quo and the development of the clinical engineering. I have the following 4 parts. One is the briefing of the domestic and foreign medical engineering. The second is issues and suggestions. And third is the concepts and the practices by our hospital. And first is the brief introduction of the domestic, international, and clinical engineering, talking about our discipline. We have BME, biomedical engineering. We have ME, medical engineering. We also have CE, clinical engineering. Well, to be specific, we are CE, we are clinical engineering, clinical engineers. So this terminology has been raised up by the chairman, Cassius from the AAMT. And this is the development journey of the CE in foreign countries. So back in 1920, the University of the Pennsylvania raised up this concept, and based on biomedicine, they add clinical engineers. They have the clinical engineers, the man-induced error, medical device accident, as well as other engineering management issues. And in addition to that, and this is the situation of the Japan for the education of the CE. In Japan, they formulated the uniform teaching guideline, and they cover the basic science, the medical basics, as well as the specialty course. I personally studied in the Japan. I think they have very big feature. And they actually have covered many specialty courses such as the medical robotics, as well as the bio engineers, etc. Well, here, and this about qualifications and examinations. For qualifications of the CE in China, we don't have the qualification test, but in the US and the European countries, they do have the qualification certification tests. And so in the US, like they have the technical assessment, quality control, maintenance, thinking, and also in Germany, they also cover those contents in their qualification assessment. And right now, we are also trying to implement this in China with that we can standardize our service. And this is the management modality of the US clinical engineering, and this is the healthcare technology management, namely HTM. And here you can see they will do the following work. They have the strategic technical planning, technical assessment, the equipment maintenance and management, equipment procurement, allocation, risk management, and quality safeguarding. Actually, with all these combined, they can better serve the industry. And here we have the AAMI, GCAHO, as well as the ACRI, ACCE to work as the third parties. And so for those third parties, they serve the CE, and also they have the qualification examinations, and this is actually dominated by the government, but they do have third parties to help them. So that's the situation in foreign countries. How about the situation in China? Well, as early as 1977, Zhejiang University began to have the initiation of the discipline, and this is about university education. In China, we have 114 universities that have established this discipline. We have more than 30 universities that have set the level 1 doctoral study site. This is the post-graduation education. So once the medical students graduate, we would do the in-hospital training. At least this will last 2 to 3 years. I think the mechanism is very good. But for clinical engineers, we don't have this mechanism. That's why for our subcommittee, we are promoting this. We want to do more to standardize our training. In addition to that, and this is the development or qualification of the CEs in China, and in the China's People's Republic of China's occupation categorization dictionary, we don't specify this technician, but later, many of the provinces since 2016 we began to do the assessment and test. It means that for the talents team, and the building work has become more formal. And this is the major responsibility, and I will not go into details. And this is the development trend. In the past, we were kind of single direction, but now this will become multiple direction oriented. And this is the problems and suggestions. Actually, what are the main issues? So compared with the physicians or the teachers at the universities, we are kind of slow in the talent swing up. In addition to that, we don't have in-depth integration with the clinical practices. And also, China is indeed a very big country. We have unbalanced development. So how can we deal with that? Firstly, we need to conduct the training or standards training for clinical engineers, and then to further perfect our training system. Just like our physicians, we need to have the standard teaching and training. Secondly, is that we need to implement the assessment mechanism. Only with the assessment, then we can have the threshold set up, and then we can improve the expertise. And third part is about the brief situations of our hospital, the concepts and the practices. So what are our main concepts? We need to establish a learning team, and we need to have very good learning environment. We also need to underscore, we need to fulfill our value, because for the hospital departments disciplines, we need to create, and then for hospitals departments and disciplines, with our work we can create values. What have we done? One, to establish a learning team that has high expertise. We had 3 basics and 3 stringent requirements. What I want to tell you is that for the best performance, we would always learn from them. We have 8 measures to improve the talent's expertise and our team building. The first one, we need to have detail-oriented task division for all different positions. For technical part, we also have very detail oriented segmentation of their position, and this will help our further improvement. The second part is the rotational learning cycle. For the new onboard people, they would also go through this rotational assessment and learning, and also need to receive the hands-on training, which will improve their skills and techniques, and then they can do the work by themselves. We also have the business exchange part. And the third measure is to establish the team spirit and also to be complementary to each other. We would always underscore the integrity of our team spirit among team members. And during the learning, we need to support each other. We should learn from each other. And this is our slogan because we need to be unified. Measure 4 is that we need to fulfill our advantages to better serve the clinical practices. So we need to think whether we have solved problems or measure 4 is to fulfill our advantages to better serve the clinics. We need to train and guide clinical HCPs, especially when it comes to devices, and especially for life supporting devices, with all training to the nurses and our physicians. Especially during the pandemic, we organized the training on defibrillators, the ventilators, as well as the other life rescue medical device training. They have high recognition of our training. The first measure is to have full or multifaceted learning. And every afternoon of the Wednesday, we're gonna do the launch learning. So all the attendees are invited to give the lectures as long as they wish. And in addition to our internal engineers, we would also invite engineers from other hospitals to share the insights with us. And in addition to our own engineers, we also invite the engineers from the manufacturers to give lectures. We have many takeaways from them. So for top performance, we would always learn from them. So that's something we have been doing. Another measure is that based on the features of all the engineers, we will establish different learning groups. And we have science management group, we have English learning group, image treatment group. For those teams, they will be organized by their own and utilize the free time, such as the weekend or the night during working days, to organize those study and training. Sixth measure is to take the training obligations, and we would also give lectures on the clinical engineering at the different universities, and some of the neighboring hospitals would also send their states to our hospital to receive training, and it would also dive deeper into the clinical part.
They also register for off work, so we emphasize on go to clinics to overcome the actual difficulties in clinical practice, to combine the medicine with engineering and become a bridge in between. In the same time, we need to provide them with clinical technology support to resolve clinical technology difficulties, to improve clinical medicine equipment, to participate in clinical research programs, and also to develop and innovate. Also, we encourage a competition. We encourage our engineers to join academic conferences, to participate in the skill competition and evaluation. From 2010 to 2022, we have 17 people awarded as a good Chinese medical engineers. And also, we proactively participate in different culture and art activities in order to improve their overall capabilities. Our clinical engineers are not only good in technology, they're also good at liberal art. They can moderate, they can sing songs, they can also play stand-up comedy. They really know how to enjoy their life. And in our hospital, we also have every annual festival galas. People are very happy and active in those events. And also, we have a very simple sentence, which is the value we create for hospitals. And fourthly, about the future outlook about medical engineers. In clinical practice, there is a saying that medicine plus education plus research. So in clinical engineers, we have engineer plus education plus research. Means engineering, technology, education, and research. These are the three pillars. The second direction is the medical alliance. We create opportunities to combine and cooperate with the clinical practice. We collaborate with Jiangsu Provincial People's Hospital and other 16 hospitals in the Jiangsu province to conduct a collaboration. In the same time, we also learn from other provincial hospitals. We hope that we can have more international cooperations. We hope that we can work with good people and good team and become more a better people in the future. That will be all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Chen shared with us about the domestic and international development of clinical medical engineering. We can see from his talk that the medical engineering is now being very diversified. I think we should pay more attention to the technical planning and technical assessment. We're also emphasizing on build a team which is good to learning. And also we should join more meetings like today in order to improve international exchanges, to improve the medical engineers' capability, in order to achieve the real engineering, education, and research. Thank you again, Professor Chen, for your very good presentation. The next speaker is from Professor Cao Xiaoping. He will be the chair for the next talk. Dear officials and dear experts, our online audiences and listeners, good afternoon. I am from Shanghai Children's Medical Center. I'm very happy to be the moderator of today's meeting. The next speaker will be CEO Mr. Nie Lei to give us a talk. His talk is about the medical engineering and flexible intelligent sensor in the rehabilitation industry. Let's have a look at the big screen. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Nie Lei. Welcome.
各位尊敬的领导，各位来宾。
Dear officials and dear guests, good afternoon. I'm Niele from Guangda Health Platform. Today, my topic is about the medical engineering and in the rehabilitation service. My presentation includes 3 parts. Firstly, is about in situ intelligent sensor device. Second is about the application scenario. And thirdly, about the business model, how to combine the rehab service with insurance, etc. Firstly, about the in situ intelligent sensors. Let's now look back to the history of sensor. From Laozi, he says that without going outdoor, we can know about what's happening in the world. Without look out of the window, we can know what is the weather today. And also there is an old Chinese saying that when we see a falling leaf, we know that the year is approaching the end. This is some history of sensing. And those are also the summary of Asian Chinese people to sensing. It goes through for 4 different stages. One is sensor 1.0. It is mainly used for detection from the earthquake detector developed in the year AC132, and then for some high temperature detector. The sensor 2.0 stage is adding additional feedback based on detection. For example, in the mid-19th century, one British man identified the referral detector, and then it is widely applied in different scenarios. And also in 1974, Shackler Patton actually made the first key element of modern electronics, which is the crystal valve. So the sensor 3.1 is the integration period represented by intelligent smartphone. The sensor 4.0 is intelligence. In our company, our business model is to combine all intelligent devices and technologies into the insurance equity. So my work is to help the financial companies to look for and recommend the rehabilitation devices. So what kind of device is a good device then? I think it should combine with 3 factors. One is it can collect the data accurately. Second is we have a very good methodology. Third one is we should have data support. So accurate data collection is a premise. So key is a good sensing device. Our in-situ intelligent sensor is based on the intelligent technology combined with data collection, signal transmission, and algorithm analysis, which means that for sensors, it is based on sensing layer, transmission layer, from material to components to system to chip. That is the vertical development we are doing now. But there is a concept, maybe not all of you know, which is in situ. In English, the name is inside or in situ, which means when we are detecting. For example, we separate the target of a detection, which means that we can return to the reality to gain the accurate data. So actually, in the market, there are lots of flexible sensors, but traditional sensors, the process of electromagnetic is through for physical ways. So by bending, we can see it will be affected by the mechanical force that will actually impact the reliability of the sensor. Our technology is that we can actually grow a metal electrode in situ. To tell you a metaphor, it is like wearing fake hair and implanting hair. When you wear the fake hair, it's actually by wearing, but implantation is to grow on your scalp. So it's like you use a paper to cover a neck, and when you use a membrane to cover neck, the effect will be different. That is the so-called the in situ grow electrode. Besides that, our device has another feature, which is the identification of pressure. For example, you are going to weigh the weight of an elephant. I believe every one of you have a way to measure it. For example, we look for a scale to measure the elephant. But when there is a butterfly on the elephant body, can you measure the weight of the butterfly? That would be the extreme detection of pressure. Now we can do the less than 0.1 millisecond response. Our technology is mainly used in different body-relevant detection, including shoulder, skin, joint, dental cavity, neck, finger, etc. For example, on robotic arm, when you give the arm a skin, it can sense very sensitively. And also the sense of a gesture, we can have 99% of accuracy. And also we can use the gesture to control the fly of a drone. You can see at the bottom of each slide, you can see those are the paper or literature were published on international journals. And also the humidity sensing. It can also be realized without touching. For example, when we press button, when your finger is closer to the screen, you can actually feel the finger without touching. And so we have the waterproof electronic skin. The transparency is 10 times higher than the human skin, so it increases the comfortness. In-situ fatigue monitoring. There are a lot of people who have the neck disease or neck soreness, and also we have the detection for angle and bending, and also about the foot morphology detection, etc. Besides that, we also have the heartbeat monitoring, etc. Also, we have the kind of heartbeat monitoring while sitting, which is also relevant to the extreme pressure detection. When we sit on the chair without any wearable devices, we can test the heartbeat and pulse. So that is impossible parameter, right?
And the next part, I want to touch upon the applications. And we also have the collaborations with the traditional medicine university. And here you can see we can use the sensor to replace the palpation of the pulse, and we can transmit the pulse to the electrical signals. So for this device, we began to develop that in 1950s and the 60s. And also in 1970s, 80s, we introduced the infrared microwave technologies to enrich the technology. I remember in 2021, it has entered into the first pilot project, and it is stimulating the astronauts in the closed space and to monitor the working capabilities. And actually, for this device, it has two major challenges because for the mechanism of the pulse generation is quite complex because the phenomenon of the pulse is not just related to your manifestations, but also the muscle, the skin, and also vasculature structure. It is also relevant with the viscosity of the vessel. So during the diagnosis, we need to adjust all those houses, and also the right position sometimes is also not so easy to be captured. And that's why we are also doing those mitigations and try to identify the right position so that we can solve the deviation issue and weigh the elevation or mitigation measures taken. We can also prevent those problems. These are the results of our lab tests. We think this is far from adequate because for a single device, it can not fulfill the whole rules, and we need to rely on the smart platform to do that. Way that for those difficult interpretable messages then can be truly shown. And so with that, we can have the accurate interpretation of the houses. So I think this is also a good facilitator of the traditional Chinese medicine. And third part is about the business part. And here, this is about combination of the insurance and rehabilitation caring. And there are some facts in the background information. One is that we have adequate reserve of the pension, and also we have the ever-increasing demand for the caring for the elderly, and the two, they are running in parallel. So right now, for the alternation rate of the pension, it means the ratio between the pension that they can have and also the salary you have. And last year it was only 40%, and the number will continue to drop. Actually, for 3 pillars of our pension, one is the basic health care. The coverage is very high, and by the end of 2020, the ratio is around 70%, but it also entered into low area. And the second part is that it didn't have big central or state-owned companies. They have very high, it's very limited for the occupational annuity. They are latecomers and they're only confined to certain companies. So they also have very limited room. That's why commercial business or commercial insurance has a very big role to play. Another part is that right now we are actually combining the caring as well as the insurance. And so we already issued the methods for the health insurance management. We can cover chronic disease management. And so by doing so, we can decrease the risk. And right now we utilize the healthcare insurance as the supporting point and to connect those institutions. And then we can have the full coverage before, intra, and after treatment, so that we can transit from responsive to proactive responses. And we also have done this for almost 2 years. We having collaborations with those with the People's Health Insurance Company. So with that, we hope that we can empower each other and integrate. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Okay, next I will hand over to Mr. Huang Jing, who is the Deputy President of the West China Hospital, Sichuan University. He is the standing Deputy President of the hospital, and he is also the Deputy Chairperson of the Chinese Medical Association. And Professor Huang, please. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Huang, and distinguished experts, dear colleagues, and the audiences online and offline. Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor to moderate this part. And in this morning's session, I think we're about to come to the end. I want to thank all of you for staying with us now. Now I will welcome Mr. Chen Keru, who is the chief scientist of AI, to share with us about the future of the integration of the medicines and engineering from the concept to practices. Professor Chen, please. Distinguished leaders, dear colleagues, good morning. Well, it's my great honor to attend today's meeting, and I listened to Professor Liao's presentation, touching upon specifics of the integration of the medicine and engineering. And for this concept, we need to do the further explorations. I also want to share with the related concepts, and this is my personal introduction. Well, for today's presentation, I will focus on the integration of the medicine engineering. Analysts already know this concept. The second part, I will touch upon the importance. Third part is the challenges and the ethical problems of the integration of the two. Fourth part is the application cases. Fifth part is the trending and conclusion. So what is the integration of the medicine and engineering? And this is my personal understanding for the integration of the medicine and engineering. It refers to the integration of the two and also combined knowledge and expertise of the two disciplines. And we can also have some layouts in related industries. It should cover medicine, biomedicine engineering, computer science, etc. For the researchers, we can also cover medical images, bioinformation science, and with that, we can better enhance the well-being of all the human beings. And in recent years, it has become more and more important in the medical field. With the combination of the two, we can improve the accuracy and efficacy of the diagnosis and treatment. We can also reduce the cost and also improve the quality and the satisfaction of the patients. And next, I want to touch upon the trends and importance of the integration of the medicines and the engineering. What is the current trend of the medical technology? Right now, in the AI, telemedicine, AI, and 3D technologies, they are the main drivers of the clinical engineering, and they're going to bring disruptive changes. Cross-discipline collaboration is sure to advance in a more aggressive way. To my understanding, combination of the two are like the interactions of the medicines and engineers. In universities, they also underscore a lot of the cross-disciplinary researches. Therefore, with the integration, we can in a better position to cultivate the comprehensive talents and also to advance the societies. And it will lead us to the bright future. Next, I want to touch upon challenges and ethical issues regarding the integration of the medicines and engineering. And this is the key of my talk. In current society, we face many challenges. We have many technical issues, and we also have limitations of the funding and resources. So for those tricky parts and limitations, how can we break down the barriers and to gain breakthroughs and also to safeguard legitimate rights of the patients? I think that's the top priorities for the future development of the integration of the medicines and engineering. What about the solutions and the thinkings behind them for the future of the two? Firstly, we need to enhance the collaboration between medicine and engineering. Clinical demands is very important. And when we do AI, we need to have many clinical data. Then with those inputs, the AI can generate better insights, and then we can hand it over to the hospitals. The government should also preferential policies to support research in this field. We should also issue the ethical regulations to make sure they are reasonable for resource limitations. We can identify sources of people from multiple sources, because currently we have some funds sponsored by individuals, or they can take donations from individuals so that we can give them like the taxation redemption or preferential policies to protect the intellectual rights. With the protection of the intellectual rights, then we can attract more talents. At the same time, we should also safeguard the intellectual rights. With that, we can have the sustainability of those projects. And of course, there are multiple stakeholders that should be involved. And for the hospitals and companies, academic, they should also be wanted to be in this network, and then we can mitigate the limitations of the resources. For those integration projects, we need an innovative management modality, and we should have synchronized management. Next, I want to touch upon the challenge and improvement of the intellectual rights protection. On one hand, the biggest problem is that we don't have adequate funding. Without good funding, we're gonna have following problems regarding production, especially during the production phase. We need to have a lot of funding to support that. The second part is about the difficulties in technical innovation. So for companies, they should put more efforts to bring breakthroughs in the technical innovation. Third part is the weak awareness, because for the hospitals, companies, and for them, they don't have adequate awareness of the intellectual rights. They don't have good protection measures. So we need to enhance the internal training and to further enhance the awareness.
Also, we need governmental support, because actually in the healthcare industry, sometimes it's very hard to collect the evidence, because there's some technique who has the technical secrets. So before we apply for IP, there is a waiting or pending period. So we need to emphasize on the data protection. And also, there are a lot of very high kind of right protection awareness. We need to have a comprehensive right protection. So we actually need to emphasize on the measurement making. Also, the IP production needs international cooperation. And also we need the application of the international organization. By now, there are a lot of problems We need to emphasize on cooperation among different countries to encounter with the global IP challenge. Information partnership, lack of sharing, which actually restricted the development of IP. So we need to emphasize on the IP platform building, which means that we need to make it as an open source. Like our code has the GitHub open source, we can also do GitHub source. You know that in the medical device, we are lack of sufficient monitoring. So government need to emphasize on monitoring to actually counter against those illegal activities and behaviors. We also need to improve the system building. For example, when I apply for a patent for shadowless light, we need to apply for approval for different processes. Maybe I think we can figure out a way to simplify the approval process. And also, more importantly, is talent building. In medical device field, we are lack of talent training. You know that for IP, we have a product knowledge representatives, which means that we can have special people to protect IP, to manage IP, and to recommend IP. And also, ethical problem is very important. We need to guarantee to protect the patient privacy. We need to have a fair medical resource distribution. We need to respect patients' own willingness in order to guarantee the reasonable activity in Medicare. And also, I'd like to mention about some focus and suggestion regarding the ethical policy. Actually, with more and more application of AI care, there are more lot of ethical problems prevailed. We will pay attention to the AI in healthcare. We need to standardize the use of AI, and we should follow the law and the regulations. We also need to build the ethical approval system to guarantee the safety and effectiveness of the technology. And finally, let's discuss about the application cases. Firstly, is some very simple, like 3D technology, AI for assisted diagnosis, etc. I mainly want to give you an example. Let's look at this example here. This is a 45-year-old man. We diagnosed as a sudden big area myocardial infarction. Traditional medication cannot fully cure this kind of disease. So we use a new AI-assisted therapy. We use AI, machine learning, and big data analysis to provide a personalized therapy for this patient, including remote monitoring, risk assessment, and prognosis prediction, including the case we see here. That is not really existed. We use a ChatGPT to generate. And the AI believe that it can be a possible case. Now let's look at the second case. After several cycles of treatment, the patient myocardium greatly improved. Now let's look at the second case. This is the essential tremor patient. Essential tremor cannot be improved effectively with conventional medicine. So we have the technology under developing to use AI to drive the non-invasive brain-machine interface and to use the neural stimulation to inhibit the abnormal signals. So for electrical signal, we can activate And also, we can suppress the abnormal signal to improve the patient health. And also, we can reduce the possibility of a relapse of the symptoms. So the two above cases can actually show that AI technology can improve patients' quality of life and treatment efficacy. In case one, we use AI. In case two, we use the brain-machine interface, great potential and value in using AI in the healthcare sector. And finally, let's have a discussion about the future trend of the engineering. So actually, in terms of genetic testing, we're using high-throughput chip and the sequencing technology to project the trend of future. This technology can help to detect the disease in a faster way in order to have accurate treatment. Besides that, in terms of surgery robots and also the micro nanometer targeted therapy, so that the Chinese government need to improve the support to the medical engineering. Of course, it is an important part of a strategy in China nationwide. In the future, we will have more political support and asset investment in order to facilitate a faster development and also to facilitate a deep communication. Final one is about talent and innovation. In the future, we need very comprehensive talents which is capable of different disciplines, for example, medical engineering, chemical, biology, etc. And also some possible trend in the future. Firstly, AI is widely used in healthcare. Medical device and equipment must be very intelligent and portable. I think in the future, if we're going to see a doctor, maybe we can use AI to customize a personalized therapy. That will be a trend in the future. I believe, or my research believe that the personalized treatment actually is a very difficult challenge. By imaging, algorithm, and combining with big data, we can give a personalized therapy to patients. Second is automatic drug development. Now, when we want to develop a medicine, or tablets or capsule, we have to go through clinical trials. I am thinking, is it possible to use AI to predict some side effect of the new drug? For example, to develop a virtual human, and including the organs and tissues. Third one is preventative medicine. We can use AI to predict the risk factor of people. And also VR AR technology. We just call it MR technology. By wearing the glasses can actually have an operation room without any monitor or screen. For example, the heart can be shown in the air, and also the doctors can just look at them through the glasses. Finally, some conclusion. Medicine combined with engineering can improve the industry development. Theory and practice are both very important. No matter what the president said or the professor said, they are all within the lab. I think that we can transfer it into product that can bring benefit to human being. Only in this way can we have a real medical engineering combination other than stop only in the laboratories or the benchtop. And also the future is a definite. We also need to optimize policies and industry. Of course, we see a brighter future for human being. In the interest of time, I have no time for Q&A. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much to Professor's presentation. From your presentation, we heard a lot about the current status of medical engineering and also challenges and ethical problems. You also gave us solutions. We emphasize on the production of IP. I think the two examples you gave are very surprising, but in the interest of time, I cannot know more details. And finally, we have an overall trend analysis so that we can have a more comprehensive understanding. So thank you again to Professor. With the ending of Professor Chen, that will be all for this morning. Thank you very much for audience still sitting here with us. I wish you all a happy experience in this meeting. That will be all for this morning. Thank you.
黄金院长的总结，也感谢所有嘉宾的支持。那今
Thank you
天
very much for your support. Today, we're going to have lunch at the International Hall C beside this room.
这个喜欢的话题去选择。那今天的晚会也同样是在我们的3楼 A、B 这2个厅啊，还是这个会议室啊。那期待下午与大家相见。对，下午的分论坛1点半开始，请大家准时出席，谢谢。
I say that we are happy and proud to join to this important celebration, the Global Clinical Engineering Day. Clinical engineers play a vital role to ensuring patients get the best care, whilst also delivering the best value in our healthcare system. Nowadays, clinical engineers have impact positively in every corner in Colombia. There are a lot of clinical engineering professionals in Colombia. Hundreds of them are committed with the quality and offer the best for safe life. We are working by networking with other healthcare professionals, sharing experiences, better practices, and developing new projects to improve the healthcare system in our country. So, happy Global Clinical Engineering Day.
Bonjour les amis, nous allons vous présenter un protocole d'utilisation et d'entretien pour un oxymètre de pouls. Ce protocole est destiné en particulier au personnel soignant. Vous pouvez télécharger la version écrite de ce protocole complet via le lien sous la vidéo. L'oxymètre de pouls ou saturomètre est un appareil qui permet de mesurer le taux de saturation en oxygène dans les sangs, appelé SpO2, et la fréquence cardiaque que l'on appelle aussi le pouls. Il existe différents modèles d'oxymètre de pouls et des accessoires pour adultes, enfants et nouveau-nés. La mesure s'est faite à l'aide d'un capteur généralement fixé au bout du doigt ou du lobe de l'oreille du patient. Le capteur est composé d'un émetteur de lumière rouge et infrarouge et d'un récepteur pour ces signaux. L'absorbance de ces signaux est ensuite traduite en pourcentage d'oxygène. La plage normale des valeurs de la SpO2 se situe entre 95 et 100%. C'est une donnée importante à surveiller de façon continue pour évaluer la gravité des infections respiratoires, notamment chez des patients à risque ou présentant des signes de troubles respiratoires. Cela permet de détecter les hypoxémies et d'anticiper leurs complications. Le protocole est en 3 parties. Avant, pendant, après utilisation. Avant l'utilisation de notre oxymètre de pouls, on se désinfecte les mains. On vérifie l'état visuel et la présence du capteur adapté à notre patient. On branche les capteurs à l'appareil et on les met en marche. On regarde que l'ensemble capteur et écran est fonctionnel, c'est-à-dire que la lumière rouge s'allume. Pour l'utilisation, on vérifie que le patient n'a pas de vernis, de la teinture ou un tatouage qui pourrait gêner la mesure et on protège les capteurs de la lumière ambiante. On met les capteurs sur les doigts immobiles du patient. Si le patient est monitoré avec un brassard pour prendre la tension ou est perfusé sur un bras, on fait attention de prendre la mesure au côté opposé. Puis on attend quelques secondes que les résultats affichés se stabilisent. On peut lire sur l'écran 2 données. Le taux de saturation en oxygène dans les sangs appelé SpO2 et la fréquence cardiaque que l'on appelle aussi le pouls. Les valeurs normales varient selon l'âge et l'état physique du patient. Certains modèles sont équipés d'alarmes permettant d'avertir le personnel soignant en cas de désaturation, bradycardie ou tachycardie. On peut alors noter les résultats. Il est important de surveiller les signes cliniques, par exemple chez des patients à peau pigmentée, noire ou brune. Il est possible que l'hypoxémie ne soit pas détectée. Après l'utilisation, on éteint et débranche l'appareil. On fait attention à manipuler l'appareil avec soin pour éviter des chutes et des chocs qui pourraient l'endommager. On pense à désinfecter les mains avec un produit adapté. En suivant le protocole de l'établissement, on nettoie et décontamine le capteur et l'appareil sans jamais l'immerger. Si on voit un liquide présent sur l'appareil, on l'essuie immédiatement. Après tout ceci, l'appareil doit être prêt à être utilisé de nouveau. On les range et si l'appareil possède une batterie, on le branche sur les secteurs. Cet appareil doit également suivre une maintenance préventive tous les 6 mois. Elle est réalisée par des techniciens biomédicaux. Pour eux, vous trouverez un tutoriel de maintenance préventive sur l'oxymètre de pouls en lien sous la vidéo. À vous de jouer!